Good morning. Welcome to the 18th of December 2025, Risk Neutral Trading. This is my live trading journal, my video or virtual trading journal, I should say. Stream every day from 8 o'clock, every trading day from 8 o'clock in the morning until 1500 in the afternoon. That's the cash market. And no trades are taken off the stream. I have a very definite commitment for that, and that ensures transparency and accountability. I'm not licensed to provide, financial or trade advice, and you should be aware that you could lose a lot of money trading if you're not properly prepared. There's a disclaimer in the description here, so give that a read. It's the usual thing. However, having said that, I do trade live. This is a live AMP account, AMP futures, funded by me with my money, and I trade live. This is Bookmap, my execution platform currently. And this is IRT, which is Investor RT by Linsoft, which is my charting package. So I stream, as I said, every day, every trading day from 8 in the morning until 1500, continuous and live. This stream is in 1440p, so if it's not high def on your side, use the gear on YouTube. I stream it to YouTube for additional layer of transparency and accountability. Also, big benefit to my side here is I can review the stream on any device, so I don't have to be standing here. I have two stand-up desks. I have no chair in my office, and I'm standing here from around 6 in the morning till probably 2200 every day. So this is a, standing here to review or to do something with the stream is inconvenient afterwards. So there you go. Let's get on to the numbers here, which we have had out this morning. CPI, and hold on a minute here. Let's get over here and take a look. Stand by one. So here we are with the numbers. This is investing.com, which is my oldest news source, and it's free, mind you. You can filter it any way you'd like, wherever you are in the world, whatever reports you're interested in. And they have earnings and holidays, and you can look out at scheduled economic releases in advance, balance of the week, next week, whatever. It's my preferred and my oldest source because I like to use this presentation for screen captures, post in the Discord or wherever. The other one that I use currently also now is in Financial Juice, which is this one. I don't prefer the calendar or the docket presentation here as I do to investing.com, but one of the advantages, Financial Juice will pick up non-traditional financial or economic things that might disrupt the auction. For example, if Trump is going to give a speech not a normal, press conference or something, that's picked up in here. So that's something that's quite important, because as we all know, in this current environment, there can be some random disruptions to the auction. And this is the more of a squawk box side, which is they update it real time as they go along. Also free, but I'm sure they'd be happy for you to pay, and you can filter it. So there we are. Let's look at the pre-market now. Well, here we are. There's our close. Here's our close. Yesterday's RTH session. Close, open. Virtually 95% of the overnight trade is long inventory. You see that we're within range. We're above close and within range. That's going to be important here in a few minutes. And so I would expect that we're going to have some responsive selling to take profit on the open, and then, as yesterday, probably fall into an open auction, or we'll see what happens. Yesterday ended up directional. This is the micro ES, the micro NQ. This is my higher time frame chart, which is a RTH session only, micro ES, 1 day bars. Notice that the header of all these charts in investor.com, Investor RT, has the instrument, the type of chart, the periodicity, and the session. So this is an RTH session only. These are daily candlesticks, and wherever they overlap, I pull a volume profile around them, and I call this my micro composite chart. By pulling that volume profile, it automatically generates a micro composite VPOC, volume point of control, and these high and low volume nodes, which are these red and green, represented by the red and green lines here. They're just the highs and the lows of this micro composite volume profile. Those values, the red and green values, push automatically to Bookmap, as do the session prices. And this is the market profile, so I'm sure you're familiar with, I would hope. This is the micros. This is always the ES. It's not, I don't change it back and forth, micros. And this is the same configuration for the minis, because I go back and forth between trading the two. So let's look at Bookmap. Boy, I'm having a hell of a time here, sneezing and carrying on. Sorry about that. Hope I got it muted before I deafened everyone. Bookmap. Well, you can see what happened overnight. London kicked in. Jesus. Wow. London kicked in, traded her up, and then here was the report. Irrational exuberance, likely. This is the dome, the price ladder, the order book. Prices, resting liquidity. Resting liquidity on the buy side, resting liquidity on the sell side, or the ask. These are not, resting liquidity. That's the key part. This is the micro composite column where I manually enter those values that I just was pointing out in the micro composite side on IRT. My workflow is when a level has been, this was, for example, this was the naked volume point of control from the 25th of November. And what I my workflow is when these values are revisited, I change the text from white to black, or whatever color to black, and then that lets me know they've been revisited, and I can take them off the chart. Usually I do that on the weekends. And these are the high and low volume nodes, excuse me, which push from the micro composite. And this is the full session volume profile, which started plotting last night at 1700 and will continue through today at 1600. This is the Globex, or the full session, not the ETH. This is the RTH volume profile, which is meant to reset every day at 8:30 Central Standard Time. So it's been giving me some trouble, so I sometimes have to do it manually. And my statistics notes column here, which is quite important to me, and the session prices from IRT. These session prices I push these live from 1700 on Sunday night until 1600 on Friday, continuously. If anybody would like those, I share them real time. It's a CSV file from Google, which you can just put in a cloud note column or an indicator or whatever your software is that uses that, and it's free. Welcome to them. Just let me know. Subscribe and like and subscribe, and in the stream, and let me know in the chat, and I'll hook you up with that CSV. Notice that there's no indicators on my charts or my book map, and I try to keep everything as simple, straightforward, only based on price data and probabilities or statistics. That's how I trade. That's how I approach this market. And that's the theme of the stream. So price levels here are the POC for the full set, or for the RTH session, which is bright yellow. A little more muted yellow is the POC for the full session. There's a Globex VWAP, an RTH VWAP, an RTH mid. The rest of the price levels are just normal. A couple of levels that are confusing to some. The initial balance, high and low. Damn. Sorry about that. They are nothing more complicated than the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. This initial balance is an old market profile term, but that's all these levels represent. They'll reset at 8:30 to wherever our price opens, and then they will just move with price until the end of the first 1 hour, and then they stop. And at that point, the initial balance statistic becomes active. So that's it. The statistics column, first thing we're going to do is we're going to determine the open type. And how do we do that? If we opened right here, right now, how would that compare to the previous close? There's the previous RTH close. Higher than the close. How would it compare to the previous RTH range? It's within range. So today we will open, as we did yesterday, higher in range. Normally I would change the column title to reflect the current open type, because when I look back at a screen snap or the stream, I can see the title there, and that tells me a lot of information about the overnight trade for the ETH. Next thing I do every day is clear the notes, because we're going to redo the statistics associated with these prices. And we do that like this. They come from the statistics study. Jesus, my throat, I don't know what's up. Statistics study in IRT. You can see yesterday was higher in range, and IRT conveniently highlights the correct open type, but only after 8:30. Coincidentally, we opened higher in range yesterday, so it's highlighted. Again, straightforward, simple math statistics. We look back at 641 trading days, the most recent 1,641 trading days. We determine the open type. There we are. Of the 1,641 days, we opened higher in range, 504 of them. Of the days where we opened higher in range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 81.3 times. Overnight volume point of control we know is right here. So that red guy right there. So let's go 81.3. Excuse me, but you know, there we are. And that's all there is to it. Simple, huh? And then I go down the list. The next one is the overnight mid, 75.2. Excuse me. Boy, I don't know what's going on here. Ooh, that needs to change a little bit. Up a tick, it looks like. The overnight high is 74.4, and that's right there. Stand by one. Try this again here and see how we do. So where were we? Overnight high. Next below us is the previous close, which is 70.2%. Ooh. Previous close is 70.2. Well, they're together. So let's see if we can spread them apart a little bit. Kind of irritating, huh? Sneak this one up a little bit where it belongs, I guess. Maybe a little high, 70.2. You see that sometimes they don't cooperate. What else? Oh, here's one I want. The previous RTH, previous IB low, let's look at that, is 60.7. I want to make sure that you see how I deal with that. 60.7. The initials are important because, remember the definition, the minute we open, the price is going to move to either side of this, where we are, and so it will no longer be at this level because the IB high and low just represent that high and low of the first 1 hour. So I don't know. That's got to be good enough for now, I guess. I'll do some others in a minute when I quit sneezing and whatever else is going on here. Let's see. Where's previous low and some of those? Come on, what's going on? Overnight low is 49.2. I hope that you understand where these things are and how this works. And it's just, I can't stress enough that the less confusion and complication you can add into your trading world, the better off you're going to be. Excuse me. Okie dokie. The next order of business I need to think about now is this snap for the TLab. And the TLab is a Bookmap Discord chat room started by, and led by, I should say, a guy named Tom B, who is a professional trader with 46 years experience, by his description. The market is very short, impatient to be patient, important to be patient. Well, I don't think the market is so short in the overnight, Tom, but there you go. Anyway, he's a professional trader, 46 years experience, and it's called the Traders Lab. Every day at 8:20, I post a snap of this entire screen so that anybody there can have some benefit of the numbers that may not have the same kind of a charting package, just to try to help out. I'm not active in the TLab much anymore, other than a couple of snaps a day. About 6 in the morning, I post the numbers, and at 8:20, I post this snap because I'm focused on the stream here, and that's the way to do it. To be focused on your trading and the market, not, this is my opinion, remember, not, chat rooms and Twitters and this and that and something else. This is, if you're approaching trading as a business, this is the way to approach it, in my opinion. So that's the TLab. I will say that one of the appealing aspects of the TLab is you're never solicited for anything, which is pretty refreshing today. I don't make that the recommendation for any other room or Discord, including anything in Bookmap, because I certainly haven't been to all of those rooms. But the only other two that I did visit, the guy was trying to sell something, the third word out of his mouth, which is fine, but that's not what I'm interested in. So if you're interested, you can mosey over to the TLab there and check it out. And there's a good crew of people in there too. It's not like romper room. That's another advantage. There is always the few in every chat room that are pretty fond of the sound of their own voice, and they like to do a lot of posting. But by and large, there's a good crew in there. And Tom, I think, is the real deal. It's important to note he does not call trades, nor does he call trade live. Even when he streams about an hour every day or an hour and a half every day, I think 10:30 or something till 12. It's rear view mirror. He winds his screens back to a little pre-market and then through the open, and so it's rear view mirror analysis when he does stream, and the rest of the time it's just a Discord chat room. So there's that. If that's appealing to you, I recommend. It's the only site I do recommend, actually, that's public. Now what the hell am I doing? Okay. Oh, I know something that's pretty important. Would you like to be able to trade? Well, in order to actively trade with Bookmap, you need to activate the trade control panel. You do that by clicking this padlock, and then you have to select a method that you will use to interact with the application and trade with your mouse. If you choose chart, the only place that you can actively trade is the active data column with your mouse. If you choose DOM, the only place you can trade with your mouse is the DOM columns, and then both is, as you might imagine, both of them. You can trade with hotkeys on your keyboard with either selection after you've set them up, of course, but you need to remember that it's important that you have to have the focus of the computer, of the OS, on this application before the hotkeys are active. That's not a problem or a bug. That's normal for any operating system. And of course, that's nothing you need to worry about when you're trading with a mouse. After I've selected both, I trade with multi-bracket. This is where the risk-neutral package methodology is applied and where my bracket orders are applied. The first thing you need to do here, or applied, the first thing you need to do here is select the package size. And the smallest package size for risk-neutral trading is 2. 2. You select a stop loss for the entire package, and the first criteria that I suggest you review is your account risk tolerance and parameters. And this should all be analyzed and set long before this time of day. Should do this in the evening, no hurry, no scurry, no blurry. You need to assess your risk parameters. What's the instrument? What's the volatility of the instrument? What's the volatility of the market? You know, all those things. But once these two parameters are in place, the first T1 risk neutral scale, T1, target 1, is automatic. It's for half of the package, and it's for the same amount of ticks positively as the stop is negative. Then we have the runner, and you can have different, package size, different runners, whatever you want, however you want to set it up. The important part of the risk neutral methodology is the package size and stop, and the risk neutral scale being for half the package size and for the same ticks positively as the stop is negative. That's the key. Now that that's in place, you notice that I don't need any of these other trade control panel tools. So, and the metrics here for in any trade are available across the top. If you select you can shut these off or on. I leave them on. So I confirm the package size. I click the button again. The padlock stays unlocked. The button is green, meaning we can trade. I can trade. There's the metrics. I have cancel all and close all, and we're ready to rock. We're going to open in 2.5 minutes, or a minute and a half, I guess. There we go. Now, what a morning. Okay, where am I? Where am I? Who am I? Who's on third? I don't know. Seems like I forgot something. Where's my checklist over here? Pre-market, Traders Lab, 2-lot package. Okay, we're ready for the open. Let's hope this damn thing resets on time, which I don't suppose it's going to. I don't know how to do that. The intelligent way to determine how the offset of the system. For some reason, Bookmap doesn't want to get its shit together with what time it is on my system, so it doesn't reset this. This is scheduled to reset at 8:30 Central Standard Time every freaking day, right? It doesn't want to know that. So the only way for me to accurately determine how far it's off is to just let it sit until it resets itself and know the amount of minutes, and I can adjust that until they get their act together with the software. But I don't want to do that because it negatively impacts my volume profile, POC, mid, all those things for the day, which is pretty annoying. So I'm gonna go this way, and I will reset them manually if it doesn't do it itself. Okay, now what? Let's get ready to rumble here. I guess we got about 30 seconds or so. And let's hope she works. I mean, it will work. It's just a matter of how accurately and when, right? I work too, but the older I get, you never know what day that might be. And, well, I can see right now that there we are. There's 8:30. And nobody resets. Let's give it a second and see if it resets within 30 seconds. Son of a bitch. Okay, so it took 30 seconds to reset. So that's not right. I need to back that off. I need to bump that up an additional 30 seconds. And there we go. Okay. Well, we're open and we're above everything else already, so there we go. Okie dokie. Smoky. Well, we can see that the IB high and low are not even remotely in tune. I'm not sure what'll happen now if I... there we go. Okay, so we've got it there, and we're a little bit low down here because of the delayed open. These will smooth out as the day progresses, and I will change this to... I don't know what'll happen if I do this now or not, to be honest with you. What I want to do is I want to cut this back to 29 and 45 seconds. Oh, look at there. A lot of happening in real time. See that? Let's see if that recalcs correctly. I know. Whatever that said. All right, we're going to be good enough. Let's see what happens. We'll check this tomorrow. This has just been an ongoing. Bookmap support can't figure out what it is. I've sent them countless log files and whatever else. You know, it's a annoyance more than it is anything else. Now, the next thing I need to do on IRT is change my charting session from full session to daily only. So now we have yesterday's RTH, today's RTH. And why do I do that? Well, to keep the relationship between the flags of the session prices correct, in my opinion. 17 millisecond lag. As I said before in the pre-market, I share these session prices with anybody that wants them. And also, and there's a lot of people in the TLab and whatever that use them. Wow, look at the difference there. Okay, I save that. Okie dokie. Now, some people consider this a gap. I do not. Gaps in my world are range to open, if that makes sense. In other words, if the high of yesterday's RTH was down here and we opened here, that would be a gap for me from the high to the open. I don't consider the overnight story to the previous RTH gap. And if you look over here, here we are. Here's yesterday. There's today's open. You know, it's, you do it however what makes sense to you. That's what you got to do, boo-boo. Boo-boo Louie. Here we are. Okay, now the next thing we're going to do is put Blue Boy on. Here's Blue Boy from the overnight. Super secret indicator called a vertical line. This works out pretty well. I actually like this. What this does for me is marks, I just put this vertical line on the first print of each session. My thinking is that as long as I can glance left and see this blue line, I know that I have the full session in context, or the full session in view here in my heat map chart. So I have a firm understanding of the context we're trading in that session, which is really important in my opinion. So, you know, there you go. And I think it's important to say at the outset here that this is, you know, again, to repeat, this is my stream. Morning, Antonio. This is my stream. This is the way I have, and my stream, of course it is, and it's my virtual trading journal. I don't multitask well, so I capture everything that the market's presenting on these two screens, my two primary trading screens. And my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking at the moment. So when I'm in a trade or preparing, anticipating a trade, anticipating interacting with the market, you know, it's all recorded. What I'm thinking and why, the signals, 1, 2, 3, the trigger, here we go, risk neutral or not. All of that stuff, transparent and live. But it is what I'm doing. I by no stretch of the imagination am in suggesting that it's my way or the highway. However you trade and have achieved successful, consistent profitability, absolutely don't change. And throw something in the chat so we can know what you're doing. You know what I mean? This is what I'm doing now, and I'm sharing that openly. So, and happily. So there you go. But, you know, it's what I'm doing. So, there you are. My thinking is just, you know, FYI, I approach trading as a business of probabilities and statistics in a random environment, which is what I consider the market to be. And all the things I'm saying around that subject are not some epiphany I had in a dream, you know. I do have some experience. I started trading in 99. And so I've been in and out and around the markets for a while. But these thoughts are the culmination and the methodology used by the most successful traders and hedge fund guys in the world. So for me, you know, we hear a lot in trading, well, you know, follow the whales or follow high time frame or, you know, whatever the hell, all those various analogies. And what more important could you do than adopt or try to apply the same methodology and thinking as the most successful people that have done this work in the world? Jim Simmons, Ed Thorpe, Van Thorpe. Jesus, pick one. Mark Douglas, Tom the Trader, Ray Dalio, Paul Tudor Jones, Tom Sosnoff, you know, on and on and on. So there you go. And that's that, Bubba Louie. So where the hell are we? What am I doing now? Who's on third? I don't know. We're not in a gap. We are trading up. We've got these aligned fairly well. The difference between the line indicator and the flag for the initial balance low or high, there you see they just caught up, is not any kind of a bug. It's just a difference between the refresh rates available in the cloud note column and the refresh rates set by the boys and girls who coded up this line indicator. They're both driven by the exact same data from IRT, which is pushed automatically every 30 seconds. So there you go. I think that covers about all of that, eh? I don't know. I probably missed something, but hey, I've got an excuse. Do you? Who is that? Oh, what's it? Nelson there, in The Simpsons. The Simpsons still going? I think it is. I haven't looked at that in a long time. But it was always pretty funny. Okie frickin' dokie now. Let's So what's happening? We have the POCs. I don't think I launched off in my usual pre-market tirade about the levels, but I'll just recap quickly. There's nothing on my charts or that I do that's mysterious or mystical or proprietary or a secret. I do wear a tall, pointy wizard hat and have a magic wand, but that's, for another reason. Seriously. And there's no indicators on my charts, like I said, or book map. The POCs, what is that? It's just a marker of the price where the most contracts have traded so far in the session. Right now, at 68.47.75 is the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in this RTH session, period. The second one of these other levels is one contract higher, this line's going there. That's how it did this. Boom, boom, boom. The VWAP. I guess you could arguably say it's an indicator because they're calculated. VWAP, RTH, VWAP, Globex. It is, well, volume weighted average price. The mid. That's pretty easy, huh? Also calculated if you want to be technical. And then there's the full session volume profile, or POC, which is a little darker yellow than the RTH. And then the levels, IB high and low, which I already explained, and the rest of them are, I don't have the level lines here. I only am using the continuation and pullback zones from my trading initial balance trade setup that are pushed over here, and they will not appear until 9:30. These session prices are nothing magical. Overnight mid, overnight volume VWAP, which is wrong actually, because up here it's got to be to do with something. There's this, according to Bookmap, is the VWAP for the ETH. Oh, sorry. This is full session. This is ETH. Oh, bad boy. And this is the Globex. You know the difference? Globex started last night at 1,700 and will continue through 1,600 today. The ETH started last night at 1,700 and quit 10 minutes ago when the RTH opened. So sorry about that. Here's one. The developing value area high and low apply to this current auction. The value area high and low apply to the previous auction, and because I have my charts on IRT or on the RTH session only, these apply to yesterday's RTH value area high and low. That's the reason I reset IRT. You know, trading's not hard, but let's say it shouldn't be complicated or mystical or confusing. It's not easy because it's a random environment and you have to be process driven. You can't, I have never found success, being a gunslinger, whipping and spurring and just, I got a hunch here and we're going to pull back there and do something else. That didn't ever work very well for me. And that's why I am following in the footsteps of those who realized a different way, a different path, including Tom B. in the Traders Lab. I mean, from Rod and Tom and Garrett and, Ned and everybody up to Jim Simmons, from us at the ground level, boots on the ground retail guys, to Jim Simmons, the most profitable hedge fund manager and hedge fund in the world. Renaissance Technologies, the Medallion Fund. And continues to be so. Jim has passed away and had passed the reins on to other folks. But, there you go. And if you want a little encouragement because you're not a PhD in finance or accounting, whatever else it is, or a Wall Street guy, they absolutely refused to ever hire, Renaissance refused to ever hire anybody that had any background in the markets or finance. They hired PhDs, data scientists, computer engineers. They found, and I quote, we found that it was much easier to teach a scientist the basic principles of finance, which are straightforward, and I'm quoting, than it was to teach a finance guy science and math. And that continues to this day. And I might add it again, it's the most successful hedge fund, and not by a little bit, by a shitload, huge percentage. So there you go. Kathy Wood is a joke, and Renaissance Technology is the most successful hedge fund. That's the difference between what I think and a hunch and whatever else, and, math and science. So that's the way I'm going. And, smack a thumbs up, subscribe, drop something in the chat. Antonio and I get lonesome. I'm sure he gets sick of hearing me. Probably is. I'm sure he's well acquainted with the mute button. And, yeah. Okay. We've had quite a few numbers today. In fact, the margins were elevated last night. I don't know about your systems or your brokers, but with AMP, which this is a live AMP funded trading account, funded by me, nobody else, no prop stuff, none of that. I got burned pretty bad with Bookmap a month and a half ago, or Top Step after many years, last couple of months ago, and I'm not going to say any more about that, but that's why I'm doing this. Again, and for the purposes of this stream, this is a $5,000 account funded by me. The idea here is 0 to hero, right? So far, I started trading it live the 1st of November, and it has not ever gone under. It's been profit. Well, it was under the initial balance the first day because obviously the first thing they do is withdraw their monthly data fee and the rhythmic stuff and the CME stuff. So, but now that's normal. And that's why it's completely transparent and fully accountable. And why I think I mentioned it earlier, but why I publish it to or push it to stream it on YouTube is to add another layer of that accountability and that transparency. And also, you know, these are stand-up desks. I'm an old guy, and I'm standing here from about 6 in the morning until around 2200 every day, pretty much nonstop. And it's because this is streamed to YouTube, I can review it on any device. For example, one of the things I have started to do that's been really nice, I go for try to get a walk of a couple miles in every day, and I go for around 10 or 12 miles every weekend, usually on Sunday, and it's really been nice to review the stream so I can listen to it and, you know, see it on my phone while I'm walking. That's pretty handy. I'm very conscious of, or I try to be very conscientious about the timestamps here for the stream, because I don't know about you, but I'm not going to ever listen to all 7 hours of it, but I want to go from, you know, trade 1 to trade 2 to whatever, you know, oh shit, what happened there? Whatever it is that I put in the timestamp. So always pay attention to that. And the stream is 1440p high def. So if it's not, you know, if it's kind of fuzzy on your side, click the gear icon in YouTube and select high def. Probably said that in the pre-market. I'm have it in my pre-market checklist, but you never know. I don't remember what I had for breakfast, you know what I mean? So there you are. Warmed up a little over here, Antonio. It's now something. It's about the hell is it in real terms? It's 18 over here now. The way they're manipulating the numbers now is just real disappointing to me. But at least previous is always locked in, so you know you can overlook the stupidity and have some meaningful data, I guess. No unrecognized risks on the horizon here, but I see that's pretty good. And we're approaching the big 9 o'clock hour here. What have we got? Well, we've got about a 21 to 50, so we're 30 handles wide on the pretty good range. What's volume doing? I'd say it's about normal. Let's check. Oh, better than normal. It's 104%. And we've gone from less than 2 points ATR up here to 5.75. So depending on what your, remember this is average true range in a 1 minute bar. So if you've got a 3-point stop, you might want to go, no, you know what I mean? And this is not the time to be, in my opinion, I never edit or alter my trade plan during the live market. If I notice something that doesn't look right or that I think needs revision or revisiting, I stand back, don't trade. And tonight, in clear, unemotional state, I will review that, and if making a change makes sense, that's what I'll do. This is 1 day out of thousands if you're going to be a professional trader. You know, if you're going to trade for a living, this is 1 day out of thousands. 1 trade out of thousands. Think about it. Think about it, darling. Okay, dokie. Now I guess I can start thinking about my trading stuff. My back testing in the system that I'm currently trading and forward testing. Ooh. Wow. Yeah, my son sent me. He's in Denver, and he sent me a text the other day that it was when it was cold, when we had the cold snap here, that it was colder. It was warmer in Denver than it was here. And of course, the current administration has instructed NASA to destroy the climate observation satellites that NASA has in orbit, and they are also in what is expected to be a punitive measure against the governor of Colorado. They're going to close and dismantle the big national climate and meteorology study center in Colorado. It's fucking crazy. And of course, they wanted to move Boulder Mountain to Kentucky or some frickin' place. I can't keep up, baby. Well, we have almost zoomed around that first 30-minute bracket. In case I'm sure you're familiar with market profile. It's just, it is based on 30-minute brackets. That's the typical old-fashioned real market profile right here. And all you have, if you don't have a market profile chart, all you've got to do is put together any kind of a candlestick or bar chart and make 30-minute time frame, and there you go. Same. Actually, there's a way you can expand these, and then you can see the same thing, but I don't know. I forget which button it is. Something you do that is... All it does is, rather than going horizontally, it just trades up and down and adds wherever these POCs are on a 30-minute bracket. The colors indicate which bracket it is. It was developed by Pete Stottlemyre, who was a guy in the CBOE, I think, or maybe it was the CME, but I think it was CBOT, I think. And Jim Dalton at that time was a manager there. Not the manager, but a manager. And apparently Stottlemyre showed him this new thing he was working on, and he thought it was real valuable, and of course has subsequently run with the ball and monetized it as his. Written his books, Markets and Profile and all that stuff. I wonder what Pete Stottlemyre ever thought of that. So we have crossed the first 30 minutes. The initial balance statistic will not be active until, what's the definition of the IB? It's the high and low of the first 1 hour. So it won't be a thing until 9:30 Central Standard Time. So let's think about what I'm going to do now. The trades that I have vetted and which I am trading at this currently, maybe start over. I don't believe that you should just randomly trade. I believe that you should have a pre-identified, statistically verified setup and specific parameters that you trade. And that's so I have done so with the initial balance trades, of which there are 2. And there is the initial balance continuation, and there's the initial balance failure trades. 1 each for the IB high, 1 each for the IB low. So that's 2 trades, 4 opportunities based on either initial balance level every day. The way I have approached vetting these trades is to do as put forward by all of those successful guys, traders, and that is to identify the rules. This is the initial balance system, trading system definition. These are all the rules required by the IRT, backtest engine, and trading system to trade those 2 or those 4 possible trades based on the IB high or the IB low. And I identified those 2 levels, and then I thought and worked out in my mind what I thought the criteria would be to validate a continuation or a failure. And those things are represented here in these rules. When you backtest, then you set up the backtest, and the computer validates each one of these rules across each 1 minute bar, however many days back you want to go, and you get a backtest. What I'm doing currently is forward testing, so let's talk about a couple of things right up front. I'm going to push this system, send to this chart. When these rules are valid, Boolean to true, the computer will take a trade on this chart in the IRT simulated environment, not being pushed. And this is just a note to signify to me, let me know that I've selected simulated over here in the account. I can also look up here at the trading list and see 0 symbols. For IRT to push a trade to the broker, you've got to have an instrument in this particular trading list quote page. And this is all by design. Remember, this is my live money, live account, real market, my money. So until I know that everything's working as I expect over here, I'm not stupid enough to do that, right? I understand that my first job as a trader is to protect my account and to grow it. And the way to do that is risk management and not being stupid, I think, which is like, clicking your mouse like you're killing snakes. So I built this chart with these lines are just indicators. Come on. They're just indicators and signals, right? That I built for this chart. So that I could see if price was doing and a signal was being driven in the system, and I could verify that visually myself. Okay, so that's the only thing. Now, today, I'm going to send this system to the chart, so it will, if this validate, if these rules test true by the computer, it'll take and plot a trade over here. So let's do that now. Now I'm going to get rid of these additional lines because it's just putting these green lines all over everywhere. You can do this however you want. What it's going to do then is it's going to, when it enters a trade, there'll be a buy or sell dot. It'll start plotting the shading or the escape area. If it goes, if you get in a drawdown, it turns red. And wherever, for example, if it's a long, then when T1 hits, there'll be this dot red, and then when T2 hits, there'll be that one. That's how it works. Okay, we're going to apply that. I'm going to go okay. So let me show you what that looks like when one happens. This is from yesterday. There you are. There's the short. There's T1. There's T2. There's the shading of the trade. Okay. Now, this is yesterday. This is today. Why aren't these levels here? It's not 9:30. When it is 9:30, these levels and their corresponding labels will appear over on this, on today's plot, and they will also be pushed to the corresponding locations here in Bookmap. And again, I reiterate, this is, I'm just winging it here. I'm doing what I think is right. If you have a better suggestion or know something better, speak up. Because this is, that would be a big help. Now, it's been pushed. I'm going to confirm that. And I do that right here. There it is. There's the trading system. Okay.
Hey, the IB loan
so
is taken.
Now, oh, we have a B fired over here. Now that's interesting. Oh, there's a 101. Okay. That's not right, but okay. Let's, I've been having a problem getting these signals, and there's a trigger, these signals to apply. I see why that doesn't work. In sequence. In the system, they only occur sequentially. In other words, the system only has 3 rules. And when rule A, and I'm imaginatively naming, right, A, B, and trigger. And I'm trying to get them to appear on the chart sequentially as they are in the system, and I'm struggling with it, frankly. That's why I'm using all these V-pound variables, and this is incorrect. There should not be V-pound 181, 183, or these, sub rules, or 80, because we don't have an IB high yet. So something is fundamentally wrong there, and I'm not sure why. I think I know. Maybe I need to just, stop trying to reinvent the wheel and say, heidi ho, let's go. I don't know. I was trying to use these, to give a sequential cadence to the flags. But, and yesterday I screwed myself because I was busy looking for that stuff on Bookmap, and I did not enter the trade, which was a beauty with no heat, as you saw a minute ago. And I don't chase and I don't FOMO, so I didn't do either of those, and consequently didn't get the trade. So, next. Here's today coming up. Well, I'm disappointed here. I guess I'm going to have to try to reach out to somebody. I don't know. Ooh, Eddie, maybe? So here we go, eh? We are approaching 9:15. Oh, the initial balance statistic. I guess I didn't go through that. If you know what that is. If you do or do not know what that is, it's right here. The initial balance statistic is the most common probable level that price will revisit every day. Greater than 97.4% probability in all four open types, price will revisit the overnight high or low, the IB high or low, at some point in the RTH trading session between 9:30 and 1600. That's the statistic right there. Means that 2.6% of the days, and remember, this is probabilities. This is studies looking back at all the times we opened higher in range out of 1,642 days. 505 of those days. 2.6% of the time we didn't take either one. Last Monday, was it? Or Friday? Monday, we didn't. And Monday was one of those times. One of those days where we didn't take either the initial balance statistic. So the initial balance statistic, which is only a thing at 9:30, is my first signal with some additional criteria as opposed to just penetrating and taking the stat. As far as the statistic is concerned in the study, if price just simply comes down here and takes out, exceeds the low or exceeds the high, the statistic is met. My trading plan has a couple of additional contextual rules around it. So there you go. We're 1 point high here, and Blue Boy is still on the job. The plan is, don't you love it when the plan comes together? Here's the gap high and the gap low and the POC and the swoop-de-doo and all kinds of things, which have all been exceeded long ago. So I'm going to go like this and like this, for lack of anything better to do to get those out of the way. That's doggone irritating. By golly. Huh. Well, I know what I'm going to do. Screen grab this crap and ask, see why in the hell that can be possible. I, should say at the outset here that I am, where my completely, I'm transparent and I'm open. I'm an old cowboy from Montana. I'm not some code wizard from, wherever. And I'm just doing this the best I can. So, and obviously it's a work in progress and it's a struggle. If I was, Rod or somebody that whips out some code in 5 minutes that's 100% better than this in Python or wherever else, good. I tried Python and I ended up down the rabbit hole teaching myself Python. And then I stood up one morning here in the desk and thought, this is not what I don't want to be a Python code guy. I want to be a trader. So I reverted back to something that I was a little more familiar with, which is the backtesting engine and the trading system stuff from IRT. That's it. I'm completely open to anything. These frickin' these cannot be, well, the reason these are firing is because of these flags, but these flags are not. And I will say there's nothing would be better or easier than to be just a discretionary trader and, hitting them at the top and hitting them at the bottom. Rod is good at it. Have a few setups in mind that are pretty loose from what I see, but very successful. Wouldn't that be great? Wouldn't that be a pleasure? The good-looking blonde gal who's on the beach trading with her laptop. Sweet. I don't know if there is one, but I bet there is. I bet there's one somewhere out there that says that. You know what I mean? So here we go. Okay, now where are we? I realize that at this point, this looks like a real complicated mess, and it sort of is. But it's not the principles of the setup or the backtesting of it, the vetting. It is me trying to figure out how to make these signals fire properly in the code used on this chart. Because I share this with anybody that wants the chart definition first, and second of all, people in static like, Garrett and people who are using it to try to trade. I want it to be simple for them and accurate. The actual symbols and signals are, you couldn't get much more straightforward or simple than right here, and there's only 3 rules. So my struggle now is the code part application to control these signals. This is complete bullshit here. I was trying something different last night, so there's that. Ooh, somebody said something. Look at there. At 9:21. What do you suppose that was about? Out of no place? Out of no place. Got to be a news or something, in my opinion. Anymore, my first go-to is something happened. Somebody said something. $9.22. Well, I don't see anything over here. I don't see anything here. There's nothing report-wise out, so that's, I probably said this before, but in any case, investing.com reports real scheduled financial and revenue and reports and meetings and things, jobless claims, like non-farm payroll, right? The highest risk potential to the auction. We've known for 20 years it's scheduled for the first Friday of every month, except in a couple of circumstances, to do with the first day of the month at 7:30 in the morning. So you can plan on it. You can plan on it till the cows come home. Nowadays, we have a new thing, which I call something. Where the hell did my new hotkey go? There we go. Which I call unidentified critical risk. And that is based on there's a good example. There's no political statement. This is a fact. This candle right here, 229-point drop in the market. The result of a tweet at 10 o'clock in the morning. So completely unscheduled, completely unanticipated, unplanned. Perfectly, I'm not saying anything about the fact that the tweet was made or whether it was valid or not. What I'm saying is that it came out of no place and had that effect on the market. That is huge. Something is happening right now that's the same. This is not normal price behavior. That's based on something to do with news, and I suspect an unrecognized random risk, probably. So, that's why in the pre-market I'm talking about your job as a trader is to preserve your account and make sure you can trade tomorrow. And the first thing you can do to start that process is risk management. Only subject your account to market risk with a verified, vetted setup. Be sure you've got brackets in the market and stops. If you were just sitting there like a bird on on the wire with a long, you had a real bad day here. What if you, went to the bathroom? I mean, it's the end of your trading career potentially. So that's my random risk story. And here, look at this. Now we've gone from teasing the initial balance low at 926 to all the way across the board. And what happened here? Did we take the high? Oh, nope, of course not, because it's not 930. We've just extended the initial balance high higher. That's all. And yeah, there you have it, boys and girls. I got to figure a better way to do this. What this is about, I don't know, but it puts me off the trades. I'll tell you that right now. 926. Let me point out something. First of all, yeah, exactly. This is not the initial balance statistic. This is just extending the initial balance to the top, up here to this naked volume point of control from the 16th. When was that? Day before yesterday. Now, this brings me to another cautionary. Seems like that's all I do, but I think it's really important to say this every day. Do not trade in anticipation to any statistic that you're working. In this case, the initial balance high. It isn't set yet. It's going to be pretty quick. Do I anticipate that the statistic will be the initial balance high? Yeah, it looks like it, doesn't it? For whatever's causing this, as long as that still has momentum, they could take the initial balance high. But you don't know. Somebody right down here could have thought it was going to be the initial balance low, and wouldn't they be surprised? Now, in another minute and a half, this will be the initial balance high, and the statistic would become active at that point. It's frustrating that I am not able to pick out what the hell is going on news-wise. This is all bullshit. We have not taken any initial balance statistic yet. It's thinking so. I got to figure out what to do here. Maybe reset them right at 9:30. Maybe that's a good way to go. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud. This isn't happening the way it's supposed to. I know what's going to happen over here, and I'm ready for that, as opposed to yesterday. So now we have the initial balance high level. It's not 9:30. It will be in 10 seconds. And would you imagine it's going to be the initial balance high will be the statistic? I would. But, and Jesus, that's going to be close. That's not still the case yet. According to, there we go. Now the initial balance is in place. You see how this is, oh, son of a bitch. Well, what I'm going to do here is, remember when I said trade in anticipation of the statistic? Look at this crap. If you got long right here, you're stopped out. And you're doing the two lot thing like I'm doing. What I'm trying to make sure of now in my mind is Is this the statistic or not? It is apparently not, because it's at 9:29:42. Now we should have a statistic, which means I'm going to now widen these out and drop down so I can see better. That should be an A right there. Now this is going to freak everybody out. You see how the signal lines have now come in at 9:30? And I'm going to get back over here and I'm going to do something which is a sin against humanity here if you're a bookmap person, I think, but it's the only way I know to do it. I'm going to throw candlesticks on here and I'm going to widen out to 1 minute, which I already am. And I'm going to, so here is 9:30, 9:31. So this candlestick right here took this statistic, but it's not showing on my signal indicator. And what else? We haven't gotten into the continuation zone yet, which is up here. So the way this works is pullback zone, initial balance high, pullback zone, continuation zone, trigger zone. Simple. We don't have an A yet over here on the signals, and now I'm completely confused, which is an easy thing to do for me. This would be, if it closes up here, an A signal. See how the line, how these zones pushed across? But I don't have any signal on the system. Son of a bitch. Oh, it didn't close. Okay. So that's correct according to, oh, Jesus. The old guys are fun to watch, right? Okay, let's widen this thing or make this thing do something there. Ooh, that's a little bit too much something. Okay. Okay, let's see where we are there. We don't have a signal over here. We don't have a signal in Bookmap. What I need to be able to do is, I guess, get up to speed with Python. Son of a bitch. So that I can put the signals on Bookmap. There is an Python API I discovered here. And here we are 1 tick wide, which is a little bit much, I think. I can tell you exactly why this is not a signal. Remember I said that my code requires a little bit more context than just the basic statistic? Well, that additional context is that this would be the signal bar, but it requires the previous bar to be going in the same direction. In other words, the open lower than the close, so that there's a momentum going in a direction. That was my thinking. So there's no A. Yeah. Sometimes I actually turn off this last line because it confuses me too. And maybe that's crap, but that's the way I have backtested over 1,000 trades in 500 days and come up with a statistic. So I'm sticking to it. Some pretty volatile stuff here. I'm going to bring this down to 50 cents. 50 cents, 50 cents. Well, let's see what else kind of trouble I can get into over here. Let's just check. Where'd the damn jazz thing go? I think I liked that yesterday. No, I don't see it anymore. Well, jazz, okay. Try that. See what happens there. Wait, don't want vocals. Okay. Okay. Don't see any random risk events on the horizon. That's a good thing. I have no clue what's causing this, though. Something definitely did. There is no two ways about that. No two ways about that. Yeah, wouldn't that be a pleasure to have gotten on that damn thing, huh? That's like yesterday. 1, 2, 3, and Bob's your uncle, and away you go. So, at this point, I'm going to bring them back down to some semblance of what the hell is really going on here. And here's our contacts. There's Blue Boy. What happened here? Why? Something to point out that might have some bearing that I don't know about. This is triple witching week, and reports are it's going to be the largest option expiration in history. I have no clue, but we're going to tag out yesterday's RTH high here pretty quick. So yeah, I don't think I need these guys anymore at this moment until I'm anticipating an entry, and I'm not anticipating anything at this point. So I didn't get the signals, and it went off, drove off without me. When the train left the station, it had 2 lights on behind, right? I would love to know what the hell caused that. Something did. I'm guessing. There's that responsive buy or selling I was thinking about. Got us right back down into value, and then whatever kicked in here at 9:18 had a pretty profound effect, you might say. Right up here to the highs. Look at there. What does that mean? It means we're trading back up here at the highs. We took a look down here and didn't seem to like it much. And, you know, there's all kinds of crap that I don't like to admit has impact on our markets and our economy and our world. You know, Santa Claus rally and irrational exuberance and some stupid crap. Somebody says something stupid and everybody goes nuts. You know, I just like that example, here. Like this example that I always use in the critical risk thing. You know, Trump put out a tweet on Truth Social. So what? Looks to me like, in reality, the market, the tweet, first of all, was based on fake news, not to coin his own phrase, but, you know, it was based on something he said China had done. They had not. He said he was going to do something in reaction to that, and he did not. So, it was essentially a wash. Nothing happened. Yet the market sold off 229 handles. Now, what does that say? I can't imagine that there's enough retail traders to have a knee-jerk reaction like that. It seems to me like the market was looking to sell off, looking for an excuse. And that's the kind of thing I think often drives this, stuff like this. And I'm just, you know, thinking out loud here. I have no idea. I wish I did. I'd love to be that wizard in the room that knows what's really happening. But I guess that's only that one fair value guy who supposedly wrote the algorithm that controls the markets. Or Jesus, he says some of the weirdest shit. It's entertaining for sure. And I don't know. But I know one thing. I have two vetted trades. They revolve around the initial balance, and I'm not thinking about them at any time soon. I didn't have a signal and still don't, per my rules. I don't change my rules in the middle of the game. I don't enter something arbitrarily or discretionarily. That's a word. And so here I stand, heart in hand. Norwegian wood, baby. Just thinking I know how to deal with these improper signals here. Reset at the top of the hour, that's correct. Okay. Yeah, trying to make some use of the day here. This is a graphic representation on this chart in IRT simulated environment, taking trades or not based on my trading system, which I used to backtest also. So there you go. My typical workflow is that when the system takes a trade over here, I immediately and without hesitation replicate that trade here on Bookmap on my live AMP account. And I missed that yesterday, and I'm still pissed. Well, what happened? Am I rich yet? I left the room here for a bio break, and I see that you guys didn't jump in and get me rich, so that's disappointing. The closer we get to next Wednesday, the worse this trading is going to be as far as I'm concerned. Think about it, you know. Any first tier institutional trader, I would suppose, is more worried about, you know, are their bindings properly adjusted at this point than the VWAP, you know? I mean, it's Christmas after all. I think the biggest holiday of the year, and maybe 4th of July is the summer one over here. I'm not sure about that, but I suppose the Christmas New Year holiday is obviously the biggie. And this was rollover week also, don't forget. So this has just been magic. None of that means anything, but I take the trades if they present themselves, and that's the story. I've had one trade this week, and it was a stop because of my manual entry lagging a little bit behind, or my reaction time, I guess, from seeing the trade fire on the system and replicating that in Bookmap. The difference in price movement meant that I missed a risk neutral scale by one tick, which the system got. And then price went back and I took a stop and the system took a scratch. It happens. But that can give you some indication of the importance of your entry location. which I'm aware of, but I don't know what to do about. Well, it looks like we're just pushing higher through and, you know, stringing these little distributions along as we go. Like pearls in a necklace. We are directional. So in the case of the initial balance trades, the theory is, of course, that if you're in a directional day, a directional context, the initial balance continuation trade, or the IBC, is the suggested or the anticipated trade. If you're in a rotational, you know, trade, that would obviously be the initial balance failure, which is just a fancy name for a mean reversion because, you know, based on the initial balance location. The key, of course, is to have a signal and get on them when it's an IBC. Or I guess the real key is to take the trade if it presents and stand by and watch if it doesn't. I'm in the stand by and watch mode. By golly. Mm-mm. Now, for me to have an IBC trigger at this point, price needs to come back down through, approach from the bottom to the continuation zone, back to the trigger zone. I think I talked about this already, but the signals are, you know, like everything else I try to do, they follow the KISS principle. The statistic, the continuation or the pullback zone is the second signal. The trigger zone is the trigger. Pretty easy, huh? Burn. It's a trigger, burn. Well, now what? Double top. So here we go. Boy, I am so disappointed about yesterday. Yeah, really, it's one day, one day, one trade out of Jesus, how many? Like everything else, when you're zoomed in too tight, your focus gets all, and priorities get all out of whack. Let me see now, what other? Nuggets can I drop here? Got a string of pearls going up there, don't we? Look at that. Boom, 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 boom. What are they doing? They're doing whatever they want to do for whatever reason they want to do it. Whoever they is. The big nebulous they. This little white nub right over here on the micro composite is where we are currently trading. It doesn't have now the market profile. You're able to put this big bright yellow line with a little star on it there in today's profile. And for my old eyes, yeah, well, this is the micro composite, right? So these are daily bars. It isn't that big a deal. And I can see where we are up here and here. And then, of course, the map of books is doing its thing. These are my two trading screens. They are, of course, right in front of me. I tried last night to think of a way to test out streaming both monitors at the same time. And it looks like it would be, you'd need to have bionic eyes to look at everything. Even though the stream is high def and 1440p. But if I stream both monitors at once, it would be a lot of data and pretty small. These are two 32-inch 4K monitors, so that would be, whatever. I think it's 7100 and something by 2180. Canvas size in OBS. It looked like a lot of trouble, and I didn't want to break anything. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's my motto. I was thinking about that because of my, I'm forever forgetting to have the screen switch to what I'm talking about. But on the other hand, then I wouldn't be able to look at something, or switch back and forth to draw attention. It's amazing, I'm just standing here watching the market. It's, I don't understand the guru phenomenon, really, the internet trading guru. I understand the guru phenomenon, Hinduism and things, but like that fair value guy, his, or ICT, Inner Circle Trader, or whatever his name is, Mike's something. Wow, a devoted army of followers, and never successfully was able to trade himself, apparently. And I listened to one when I just had first heard of who he was. I don't know, a few years ago. I saw an interview from some guy with him live, obviously on YouTube, so not live, but man, he had some pretty random things to say. I'll tell you, his trading was based on the algorithm which controls this is a quote, all the markets, because he's the one that wrote that algorithm, and he was given the code for the algorithm by Jesus. Like, whoa. Now, I suppose if I had on a first name conversational basis with Jesus Christ, I probably wouldn't be worrying about selling something on YouTube, I don't guess. And had written the algorithm which controls all the trading markets here in this country. It seems so outlandish to me, but really devout following. So, good for him. Strange to me, though. But then, look at Jamestown and all of those kinds of cults. Imagine believing in some goofy bastard to the point that you killed your own children before you took cyanide yourself. That's a hell of a commitment. In the jungles of Guyana, Jamestown. That was a pretty interesting. I'm sure there's volumes of books about cultism and all that. Seems like it happens a lot around trading on the YouTube and the internet. One theory that I heard put out by a lot of people for why the people like that follow these internet guys is once the internet person has been, it's been revealed that he's a fraud and it's all just BS, but they've spent so much time and money on it that they continue to defend it because they can't admit to themselves they were fools, suckers, I can imagine that being the case. So here we are, just, now we're back at that situation that we were yesterday that I pointed out. Look at the profile. What does it look like to you? Looks like a flathead, doesn't it? Flathead 8, baby. What do all these other profiles have that looks different? They have excess. They have the auction coming to what you would expect to be the end of an auction, you know? That sellers, in this case, buyers, less and less and less and less until you get down to that one guy who buys the top. Flat, no excess. I think market profile. I think one tick is a week. One TPO is a weak high or low, and the other is a poor high or low. Whichever. It's obvious. There's not enough excess there. The market doesn't look. The auction doesn't look like it concluded normally to me. It was cut off for some reason. Now, with that and $5, you can get yourself a Starbucks, but there you go. My prediction is before the end of the day, there'll be excess up here. And what else is going on? Let's see. Well, 60. Oh, well, okay. 6,900, right? Yeah, that's got to be a big strike. Round numbers are always big deals. I guess. I suppose. That's not really a round number, but 69 would be, but I don't know. I'm not an option. I wish I were. I think options people. I think it's an really interesting thing. I like to listen to Tom Sosnoff because I think he knows what he's talking about. I'm disappointed in a way that he's left Tasty Trade and gone on to his next adventure. Something dog. Forget what it's called. But I enjoyed listening to his thoughts. And I don't know enough about options to dare trading them. But a few people that I know of who started in options and do trade them are very successful. So what the hell is going on here? Who's on third? I don't know. All that stuff. I'm surprised to wake up this morning and that we haven't declared, U.S. hasn't declared war on Venezuela. I figured that's what the big announcement was last night because obviously the misdirection. They're running out of misdirection, significant misdirection maneuvers to try to get focus off of this Epstein crap and the economy and, It's incredible how short the news cycle is, and by extension, the collective attention span is, to me. But it is pretty funny if you notice that every time there's going to be there's a file drop or there's a deadline or there's suddenly there's a big crisis somewhere and, this whole contrived BS about the drug story and fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction. And she's invented, by the way, by the Sackley family and produced in America, incidentally. That point doesn't seem to get brought up much. Kind of like we have a war on drugs, but they pardoned the biggest convicted drug dealer, cocaine dealer, and responsible for like 120 million American deaths or something, supposedly, at the same time as president of Honduras, ex-president of Honduras, was in American prison, convicted of being the mastermind behind that big cocaine smuggling outfit, and he gets pardoned. But somehow we're blowing fishermen out of the water and in their little outboard motor, like they're going to take their outboard single or double engine outboard motor boat from Venezuela to America. It's like pretty crazy to me. I don't get any of it. I don't understand what's up. As the day progresses, we're now past 10 o'clock. So we're still in RTH 1 session, period, whatever, which is just simply there's 450 minutes in the RTH session divided by 3. You get 2.5 hours, basically 150 minutes. Rod, I think, came up with that as a division, just a way to group, can group your trades. Do I do better when I'm trading in the RTH 1 or the RTH 2 or whatever? I like it. Ooh, here we go. VPOC migration, baby. Get all over that. Now, interestingly enough, IRT had that migration some time ago. You see right here? And that just happened in Bookmap. There's the flag from IRT, session prices, remember? Happy to push these to anybody that can use them. What was this? ETH high? Oh, that's because, remember now, I'm not cheating here. These, ETH high, ETH ETH mid, all of those they're active right up until 8:30, right up until the RTH session starts. And if I miss moving them, I correct them during the day because this is a recording, a permanent record. It's transparent, and when I look back at it, I want them to be accurate. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. So there you go. Well. Let's see. So this is working okay. Blue boy's holding up his end over there, or her end, or whatever, however you want to look at it. Its end. It's probably obvious that when you approach trading as I do from a statistical point of view and only take vetted, pre-identified setups, with a pre-identified, verified edge or expectancy or whatever you call it, that you spend a lot of your day just watching. Because it's not a video game or gambling or whipping and spurring or, testing out how many times you can click the mouse. So I will have nothing to, didn't have a signal here, boom, away we went. The only way I'll have a signal again now, or, you know, a trade present itself, potentially, is if we come down through here and come back around it. So there you are. I'm perfectly okay with that, but it makes pretty boring streaming, I think. Maybe I get a couple dancing girls in here. Couple of dancing girls. Oh, I didn't imagine that was going to happen, but okay. There we go. In case it's curious to you why the full session and the RTH session POCs are both aligned at whatever this is, 775, 46, 475, at about 65.38, both of them, it's because the full session high was down here. You know, because it started at 1700 last night. So any trade from here up, any volume from here up is going to be equal. As you notice, each one of these are. Down here, where we were within the full session, as opposed to before the RTH, you'll notice that there's a difference, 55.89 compared to 42.5. So that's how that works. Just simple math, data, based on price. And remember that price, this is a coin flip. It's a binary event. It can go up or down, period. Can't go sideways, can't go at an angle. There's no horizontal movement. We do that with time. If you didn't have a timeline down here, this thing would just go like this. Do all day. So, yeah. There you go. What it would essentially do is build a market profile. Because that's all the market profile is. It just price goes up and down, and there's no horizontal, there's no time involved with it. Every time one more TPO is added to a price level, then it adds it to the right. But it isn't time based. Much as it would be exactly like the volume profile. That's what that is. That's this price without time involved. Boring. What the hell is that doing that for? Okay. Well, no, no random risks being dropped into the session here, which is you know, I was gonna say, I don't know what I was gonna say. I am on guard when I see these things. Oh, sure, thank you. You know, it's kind of alarming when I see them dropped into the schedule. It's also boring when there's nothing to expect. You know, so it's a double-edged sword, I guess. Boring probably being the operative word for the next few days. If you miss an opportunity, I didn't have a signal, and I don't chase them, and I don't make them up. So there you go. There you have it. And I believe that's a good long-term strategy because that's what those in the know believe. I try to be real diligent about being exactly honest about how and why I'm making these decisions and adopted this thinking. I want to make sure that I don't come off sounding, you know, trying to seem like, you know, I'm some wizard that figured all this out. Also, I want to be sure that it's understandable here in the stream, transparent, that I am not blindly following any of this crap, that I am doing the suggested work myself. And that's the whole story about the backtesting and trading a vetted trade, rather than, listening to it or looking in a chat room. Oh, it's a structured trade, and then, oh boy, you jump on there and away you go. That's bullshit. Sorry, but in my opinion. And it might be different if anybody that was saying that had actually vetted that specific statistic and proved it, Ooh, thank you, Mama. Sita. Ooh, I got a big breakfast here now. Boy, am I going to be in a coma quick. You guys better hurry up. In Static, that's it's a private place started by Rod, unfortunately, but, I share my back testing, and if somebody's, hey, what do you have a stat on the IB something or another? And Rod will go, yeah, it's this and this and this and this. And I know that he's done the work, for example. I don't take it blindly and trade it that way. But, you know what I'm saying. It's not just some structured trade, vetted trade there. I took my vetted setup. Okay, how did you vet that? Over how many trades? What's your look back period? What's the percentages? I've asked that question many times in different rooms, and it's followed by crickets. So here I stand. And not that I care, not that that's a problem. Anybody can do whatever they want, but from my point of view, this is why I've adopted the procedure and the path I'm on. And that's all I'm saying, just explanation and justification for why I'm doing what I'm doing. And at 1400 every day, I go through the entire backtest process with IRT and, the results and the data, the tables and all that stuff, so. Not only do I talk the talk, I walk the walk. Or however that goes. Oh, come on now. Oh. And I know I say this every day, but I like to trade the RTH 1. I feel like that's the most, I don't think it's a secret that everybody has their business to do first thing in the morning from the higher time frame for sure. So the closer we get to the, RTH 2, which wanders into the lunch and all of that kind of stuff, the 12 to 1 area, the less rosy I feel about setups, but I am committed to and do take them as they present. I'm just best I can. Homemade gaya and kimchi. Whose name I forgot right now. Gaichua, kimchi, gaya, and a bunch of stuff else I can't remember the name of, probably. This kind of day brings to mind that I need to start vetting this other setup. You know, I'm with nuances and chain tweaks. The initial balance, I think I have pretty thoroughly vetted and displayed, and and can verify that. And what's the next one I need to do here? Any ideas? Throw them in the chat. And then don't say VPOC migration, because I can't figure it out. Maybe I'll take Bull Barbie's advice and work on opening range trade. It's so funny, those guys, those internet folks, guru-y types, If you ever noticed, about every 3 months or so, they come out with a new thing about their favorite, this is my top something or another, 100% win rate, all that kind of stuff. They're like the opening range trade. And if you notice, there'll be a whole bunch of them. It's because they cycle through newbies. They know that an experienced trader is going to fall for that crap once, and so they're continually farming the crop of newbies coming through, because they make their money on YouTube stuff, not trading. Most of them, I don't think. So, or at least that's the logic. I get a kick out of some of that marketing, though. This is what I was laughing about. I took this, what the hell? I thought this was so funny I made a screen snap of it. Talking about those recycling through the, like, opening range breakout. Everything must, just take a look at this. Because I think that's so funny. What do you suppose that banana's got to do with anything? I think that's hilarious. And who the hell knows who she is, or if she's a good trader, or if she isn't. I have no idea, but I thought that was pretty funny. I thought that was pretty funny treatment there on the opening range breakout. And that's about the third one of those. If you go back and look at, just do opening range breakout or something in YouTube, you see about every 3 or 4 months, they just circle through them again. Another good one I like about most all the Guru V types, they've all had a mentor, generally one that was a floor trader or something else. Or market maker, that's the better one. The success rate of conversion of, the locals to the screens is dismal. Very few of them actually made the transition successfully. I was not a local. I don't know that firsthand, but the stats you read and see and hear, that's what I understand is the case. Oop. Hope I said that on without the mute on, but you never know. The zero-sum game. Which is the underlying. I think the underlying tenet of most of the futures market only, I should say. It's a zero-sum game. By design. We trade contracts. Each contract has a buyer and a seller. What does that mean? It means that it's impossible to ever have more buyers than sellers, or sellers than buyers. Impossible. That trade, of course, resting liquidity can have a huge imbalance. But actual trades, the tape, no. Actual trades that trade, no. There's never more buyers than sellers. They cannot be by definition. Why then does the market go up to go down to go up to go down to go down to go up to go down? Because it's a two-sided market. All this way yesterday when people were selling. What was happening on the other side of each one of those deals, those trades? Somebody was buying. Who has the money? This is my theory. Who has the money to be buying all that inventory all the way down and close down here? You? Me? I don't think so. And how does that somebody, that counterparty, with all that money, how do they make a profit? Short covering. Just bring it back up here and all these shorts, pick off all these short stops, and what happens? You made all that money. You made all the money from here to here. Do they usually, when was the last time you heard the Goldman Sachs trading floor losing money? I don't think they've had a losing day, and this is not an exaggeration, in like 10 years. I'd love to have somebody figure that out, prove that, or get some stats about it. So I don't think it's a surprise. And I believe that's how the market works. That's why, you hear all this, ride the footprints of the high time frame, hook your wagon to the whales, or what, all that kind of crap. Not crap, but it's, I guess, good advice. And I'm getting back over here for a reason. We might come down through the initial balance, might get a signal, and I'll have to scratch my head about what I'm going to do there. Right now, context is up, I guess. Seems to have been here. We were rotational. Now are we gonna blow through this low volume area and build this out now? I don't know. I have no signal. I have no trade. I'm not going to chase it. But I'm thinking about what I will do in the event there is one. What I'll do is take the trade automatically because that's my commitment. But the warm and fuzzy factor, it varies a lot. So as normal, when there's a potential signal developing, and I anticipate I may be going to have a signal trade, I recommend have a pre-trade checklist. I got them on both. I've got the risk neutral plan selected. I can trade. I'm not using my keyboard, so I don't need to worry about that anymore. The reason I converted from or switched from keyboard to the mouse is I believe that with Bookmap, your entries can be more precise and faster with the mouse in the data column. I was using only the domes because I had a couple of bad experiences trying to move a target or do something here and gotten on the wrong side of this active data column line and suddenly had another trade on I wasn't expecting. That also decreases the warm and fuzzy factor. So here we go. Now what are we going to do? Now, in advance of a potential signal here, remember that my Bookmap, my initial balance signal is the bar opens above. Well, in this case, it's the IB high, so it needs to open below and close above. The previous bar to the signal bar needs to have an open lower than the close. This is approaching from the wrong direction for me. And here's why I need to put candlesticks on. How do I know where the open and the close were in a 1 minute period? If you know that, that'd be cool to find out. Besides, I know that I can put the vertical grid lines on, but that's, busies up the whole chart. So that's why I deferred to this thing, because it's only here now, and I can widen them out to 1 minute. That's 5 minutes. Widen them out to 1 minute. And the way these candles work is this data is this candle. So in reality, this candle had an open higher than the close, but it's not a signal because this is wrong and it's coming from the wrong direction. Now, if we come down here and we go up through, we close this candle off and then we have another one penetrate that IB high, that would be a signal. In which case I'd be looking for B for the pullback or continuation. That's so confusing. Three simple rules. These poor fellas, I admire them if they can deal with it, but they pull up a checklist of 15 things. It's like, son of a bitch, dude. How's that working out? Here we have going the wrong way. Sorry. Never mind. And this would have been a beautiful mean reversion trade, huh? If you got on it way long ago back there around the highs and trading down to the bottom. Yeah, super. Unfortunately, none of that had anything to do with my stuff at the moment. My vetted trades at the moment. There's a minute, there's a candlestick, there's the IB, not a pinata. Well, a couple 3-bar reversals out there. That might be one to vet. That's about an old standard, I tell you. And I'll say this about old standards. It's like the gap rules. They are a known thing because they're a thing. If you know what I mean. They didn't become famous or widely known because it happened once, 100 years ago. It's because it is something that does repeat often. And if that's the case, can then be statistically verified, and on you go. Whatever the logic behind them. Or the rationale, 3-bar reversal is pretty obvious. Rod and Company are working on a V reversal, and they've got mid flips, and they got all kinds of them going on. Bunch of good guys. Rod is a great trader. And I'm able to say that because we post screen snaps of trades for Bookmap. So, and then once a month, sometimes, end of the month, the static journal with the trades and the ticks and profit factor and win rate and all that stuff. Well, boy, oh boy, that was one hell of a get out of Dodge there. This is a 3-bar reversal right here. Boom. I think. I'm not sure I'll have to Google I don't remember. I'm not a candle guy, but it's real simple. It's just one up, and then, one is higher than the one before it and higher than the one following it, is what I know. Whether there's nuances around, whether it's an up bar, a down bar, or whatever, I don't know. So, But worth looking into. I got to come up with something else to vet besides just this initial balance trades. Or at least I feel like I do. They're going to get down here for a IB low signal pretty quick. I wonder what's driving this. Did we declare war on Minnesota or something? God, nothing would surprise me anymore. Much as I hate to say that. What states? Oh, North Dakota. Gonna say whatever state Christy Nome is from. Maybe, I don't know. Well, here we are approaching that IB low. Who'd have thought, huh? Who'd have thought a few minutes ago we'd be down there? What's happening to the market in general now? Well, there we go. What's it look like on the... There you are. And what the hell was that for? I don't know. Here was our P-shaped profile, and here we are down here. Big selling tail, big buying tail didn't turn out to be much. So let's see what happens. Waiting for the signals. We'll take the trade. Don't need the checklist because I've already just done it. And I'm not saying that we're going to have a signal, but if we do, Bob's your uncle. I'm going to be on that thing like dog on a bone. I really wish Bookmap would had bars as an option rather than candlesticks. I find them a lot more intuitive to interpret quickly. Color or no color, it's no question where the open was and the close was. High and low, of course. The high and low is pretty, that's obvious on a candle also, but then I have to stop and think about the color and the fill and all that crap. Are they toying with me? Are they just teasing me down here? Probably. I wonder what's driving this. Doesn't look like it's just an auction. Volume was good. Volume might have fallen off a cliff. I don't know. Trying to keep an eye on both screens here. That, the hard right edge on my right monitor is way over there in the corner. And I think I'm ready. I hope. go through my mind as to which button I'm supposed to click where on the mouse. I can still hotkey this thing if I wanted to with a market order, but I'm not sure that, I've never. One of the issues that I've had with this system is the trigger zone here and just where do I hit it? I'm trying to have something consistent because, as I said earlier in the day, where I hit on Tuesday differed from where the system hit on Tuesday, and as a result, the system got a scratch, and I took a stop by a tick because of that, the importance of entry location. So here we have an A signal. Better be an A signal here pretty quick. I don't see one being signaled up there. That's annoying. Here we go. Yeah, we got it. Now there's the continuation zone here on Bookmap, but not on IRT. And so if we get up here for a trigger, I gotta hit it.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
Son of a bitch, we missed a trigger by a tick. And we got a B going on. That's good. So the signals are working. And then we get a signal. That's not correct. According to what I'm watching here on Bookmap, this is the trigger zone, so we didn't touch it. We need to pop up here and catch that, and then bob your uncle down, we're gonna go. I mean, I'll be on a short. I don't know. Goddamn frustrating here. What happened? I lost IRT. I lost that whole monitor. Well, I'm in the trade here. Let's see what happens. I lost IRT here. I lost that monitor. I don't know why. It crashed for some reason. And I'm not liking this much. Well, that's pretty weird. I don't know what to think here now. I'm gonna take a stop, it looks like. That's also enough to piss you off. Okay, there's a stop for T1, and likely gonna go right down to T2, to T1. That's 2 stops in a row. Look at that, I'll tell you now. And Bookmap fell over. Yeah. Ah, great. What's going on? I don't know, but that's real irritating. Son of a bitch. Why did that fall over? I got no clue. And I don't know if I'm getting any more signals or anything else is going on here, which is also annoying. You know? Let's see, what would I be doing here? Well, I don't have my... Oh, wait a minute, something's way off. What the hell is going on down here? Oh, something's altogether crazy because I took my signal was up here at the IB low. Yeah, here we go. I was gonna say that makes a little more sense. Okay, thank you so much. Thinking, I see the old guy's lost his mind now. Oh, I got 26. Oh, that's because it's a live fill. Got a two tick slippage on top of everything else. Well, shit, over. That's not what I was looking for, and now we're turning around and going the other way with veracity, so I'm assuming somebody said something. Oh, look at this. Well, that looks a little weird. That wasn't quite what was going on a minute ago, but you know, there you go. Now we're actually in the pullback zone, and we are looking at a continuation trade here, I think. That would be the B, and the trigger would be down here. So if we get down in the trigger zone, which haven't pushed across yet, I guess it would be a long, I guess. Where would the trigger zone be? Let's see, it's got to be right there, 1 point either side, okay? Is this just going to be a... Is this going to be a pullback and continue lower? I don't know. Let's see, 50 half. So that would be a long. Let's go along. Let's see what happens. I'm trying to do this. I'm trying to wing it here now. I don't wing well. What am I doing? Okay. Okay, we did get the T's there, the triggers, and I have no clue what they're doing, what's going on, but 2 stops in a row, that's enough for me. Thank you very much. Well, that's pretty weird. Okay, they were both signal trades, but they are. Yeah, this market's not for me. That's 2 stops in a row. That's really disappointing. That's going to be a pretty. That means I'm 3 stops on the week, and no positive trades. So that will be my risk. That'll be my risk for the day.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
Let's see, is there another A? Yes, there's another A. So this will be another B. This would be another trigger short right here. Because there's an A. Very definitely. There's a B. We didn't get to the trigger. I guess I'll take it. Why not? What the hell? That's my commitment, so that's what I'll be looking to do. Isn't that right? Yeah, that's right. Doesn't look like I'm going to get an opportunity here, though. Got that close right there. Too short. I'll have to analyze these, of course, but I know that this was a valid short right there. And this would have been a valid long. Where's the bar? I might have screwed myself over here. Now we're going to come up here, and are we going to get another signal for a short? That's what I don't know. But I'll take it. What the hell? It's micros, right? It's 50, 30 bucks. So far, 60 bucks. Or something like that.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
But I'm not sure that I'm going to get an opportunity. Excuse me. Get over here where I can actually see what's going on. This is not FOMO. This is, or, chasing. This is following the signals. There was an A was back before us. There's an A right there. There's a B. This would be a trigger up here.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Hey, the IB low is taken. The IB low is taken.
This is pretty stupid, not knowing what's driving this action, but I am taking the signals as they present themselves, so that's the best I can do. Three stops in a row. That's enough for me. That's crazy. To the tick, mind you. Did I put the stop? Oh, I missed the stop. T3 stop. That's crazy. Yeah. It's apparently too volatile for my
The IB low is taken.
T1 trade, or for my risk neutral trade parameters. Let's see what that looks like. Yeah, that might be what it is. Well, I'm certainly not, I don't know what the hell that's all about. I'm certainly not going to be well, I'm not going to try that anymore. That's not any fun.
Hey,
And I have no clue why IRT fell over. Damn, that's disappointing. What a shitty way to end the Christmas, the year. Boo, yes, boo. So do I need to think about something here about these? Well, first thing I'll have to do is really dissect these entries, that they are in fact aligned with the signal, since IRT is not playing nice even at all anymore. Now. I'm certainly not going to take another trade until I have this sorted out. You know, signal or not. Doesn't look very good down here to me. Damn, I haven't had 3 stops in a row in a long time. And never with the signals, never with the system, never, that I can think of. So what's peculiar about today? Volume is way high. Look at that, 130% volume. So that will be increased volatility big time. Here we have an A signal firing.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
Did we have an A signal firing? Yes, we do. Why this thing is throwing bees all over the place, I have no idea, but it is. Let's see. Yeah, what is this crap? Yeah, oh, yeah, this is not. This is not a spot for me to play, obviously. Look at that. I don't know what's going. Is this? What is causing all this, do you suppose? We still don't have any excess on the top up here like I was talking about earlier. I have no clue why any of this is happening. No particular news or anything. Anybody talking? Something going on I don't know about.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
I don't see anything other than they're gonna probe Lechnik, which is about time. That guy's crooked as a dog's hind leg, as near as I know. Well, so that A and that B, and was there an A and a B? I didn't even know that. I don't know. I don't think there's any signal for this long. But there we go. Disappointing, but that's trading. This is why I'm doing these tests with micros. I'd be pretty disappointed if this was $900. Right now it's $90 for 74 ticks. Three stops. Migrating VPOC. I think it's time for me to keep my nose out of this. I think, and I don't know why I had a big burst of fans and then IRT crashed. Why, I have no clue.
The IB low is taken.
Well, this is a good time to point out how statistics work. I
Hey,
guess.
the IB low
So,
is taken.
here we go. This is the most recent. First of all, these are all back tests. Every one of these lines is a back test of around 493 days, hundreds, in some cases, most cases, thousands of trades, and the associated statistics to go with them. The most current one I've done, and the reason for these various things is there's different. First of all, this is the usual 2-lot risk neutral package: 12 tick stop, 12 tick T1, 48 tick T2, 2 contract package, and no trail, no nothing. I can change those things around up here, but this is the basic trade right there. 500. This was just this morning. 595 trades.
The IB low
595 days, 1,012 trades. 75 average winner, 336. 257 losses, average loss 30. Scratch this amount. 53.9% win rate, expectancy, R factor, risk reward, profit factor. Dude, here's the important part that I need to be aware of, and that is what happens when you're using statistics. Consecutive winners is 10 in a row at some point in 495 days, and 7 losers. Consecutive. Okay? So all these numbers are the same. Today, I've had 3 losers in a row. So without having the statistics broken in any way for this setup, I could take 4 more losses or stops in a row, making this a total of 7, because so far there's 3. I could take 4 more before I would have any reason to question the statistics, the vetted statistic. So there you are. Now, of course, that means that I'm taking the trades exactly as planned. And why all of a sudden out of no place, there's bees all over the freaking place. That just miraculously happened, and I don't know why. I do know why, I guess. For some reason, this
Hey,
didn't,
the IB low is taken.
this fired a B and it didn't have the corresponding A, and you know, there's how these rules are working is, you know, there's a lot of intricacies and interaction here between these signals, so I need to sort that out. But there you go. I can make it real easy. There you are. So what I need to do is I need to be sure. This is what I did. I have a go hide over here. And the problem is that this one VPOC number has not been reset for whatever reason. Why the others have, I also don't know that reason. Anyway, so here we are.
The IB
Now.
low is taken.
Double bottom, V, you know, triple bar, 3-bar reversal. Wouldn't that have been a lovely sight to set before the king? But if you took a 2-bar reversal right here, you went that way and got all excited, and then you got stopped out, and then you go up this way. You know, it's trading. It is statistical, and it's a random environment. There's going to be winners, there's going to be losers, just like in a casino, which is the same business model. So conceivably, without being upset or having a stroke, I should be perfectly fine to take 4 more stops in a row today or in the next few days and not question the strategy or the statistics at all, because that's part of the statistics. And there you have it.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
I'm glad they got away from the IB, because I'd be pretty hard pressed to take another trade again. Whether I would have to, you know, just as if I were a computer. The thing I'm worried about at this point is that I'm worried about a couple things. Number one, the system didn't take any trades yet. So I've broken myself, I think, now that I say that. I just realized that. Is the damn thing, yeah, let me be sure of something here. So that's completely my fault.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
Oh, you know what happened? When IRT crashed, I didn't resend the system to the chart. Ah, dummy. So that's an error, eh? There was one trade there that went to both targets. And no trades over here, which are the 3 stops. Son of a bitch. Son of a gun. Am I on the right day and everything? Let's make sure. Thursday, yep, 18th, okay. What day is it? Football? Yeah, so there's the A, the B, the trigger, Bob's your uncle.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
And why we're getting all of this stuff into here, I am not real sure, but I'd like to reset that. The only way I've tried, you can reset the VPOC variable in the code page by just typing 0. But that doesn't seem to affect out here, and I have no reason to explain why. And I don't have any programmatic setup to reset them in the middle of the day. I can make a button that does so. We can try it, I guess. What difference does it make, huh? What difference does it make? Okay, 0.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
What I don't think that's going to do is have any effect on these previous ones over here. I've had this happen before. I've tried this, but away from the market. Maybe it'll work now. I don't know. Doesn't look like it, right? Wouldn't that have been lovely? Yeah. And here's my problem. I didn't see that this morning. And I will definitely go back and look at the stream 5 minutes after 9:30. Was there some sort of thing over here that I didn't get? Now I'm starting to question everything. Well, there's 9:35. Oh. There's 9:35. I think the problem is, which is usually the case in these types of things, is the weak link is this side of the monitor. And that's a real dismal outlook, but I think that might be the case. I've also questioned a few times if the candlesticks on Bookmap are doing the same thing as I expect them to do, or that are happening on IRT, because of the potential. They're 1 minute bars, right? So if the session starts 1 minute off on one or the other, if they're not in sync, let's say, which I would expect them to be, but we already know that the Bookmap is off because of its volume profile reset. Does that mean that my 1 minute candlesticks are off? Meaning that this trigger, which is right here, and this entry, which is right there, and look down here, you can see the time. 9:35. Okay. 9:35 is right there. There's this candle right here. Oh no. Or this one. Yeah. So is that screwing me up? Because over here, I don't see any. I do not see the A flag. And that was supposed to have happened sometime. A was supposed to have happened right here at whatever time that is. Maybe that's my problem. 9:32. 9:32 is supposed to be an A. 9:32. Okay, that would be an A. Open is lower than the close and it pierces the initial balance. That's correct. Then we have a B, which is right here. And then we would have a trigger, which is either here or here. And yeah, Bob's your uncle, and up you go. And you've got both targets. Son of a gun. I didn't even see that. Wow, I gotta fall back and figure out a different plan. different plan here, that's for freaking sure. This is not any fun at all. Period. Case closed. Now the damn thing doesn't even want to do. Now the mouse doesn't want to work, and you know. Well, I wonder if my graphics card died. I heard a lot of fans going on, and now I don't hear anything at all. Well, that is pretty darn disappointing. So no signals were registered that I know of over here that are valid. The only one that was is up here, and that's the only. This is the only trade taken by the system. What am I gonna? How am I gonna do that? How am I gonna fix that? My initial thought is is to do what? It looks like I made 2 fundamental errors today here, or maybe just one fundamental error that cost me 3 times. Trying to visually interpret the signals on Bookmap and take the trades accordingly, rather than on Bookmap, rather than here's the 3. Thank you very much. Give us your money. 1, 2, 3. And boy, you know, out of sync. On the way up, on the way down, on the way up. And I'm short, long, short. Just completely out of step with the band right there. But basing on my signals. So what I'm thinking at this moment is that visually interpreting them and taking that is a bad thing. Had I don't know, it's B all over the place. Sorry about that. Let's just get that, make that a little more sanitary. Had I just watched this, the minute that fired, gone long, and no trades triggered whatsoever over here, I'd be 60 ticks ahead instead of 74 ticks in the hole. Now, it's important to understand, I think, or to recognize for me, look at this trade right here. So, if I'm not mistaken, there's the A, there's the B, this is a problem that I have, or that I've been recognizing, and I'm not sure how to deal with it exactly. This is a long bar, right? Where did it open? Right down here. Okay. So I would have had to hit that instantly on the open. Assuming that that's the trigger and it's not going to do this, but you know, in order to, because when the signal fires, it's already up here. Price is already up there. I mean, price is moving off of here. And I'll have to go back hopefully I will have this captured on the OBS. This is another reason I was thinking it would be great to have both monitors. Bookmap, one thing about IRT, I cannot replay this in any way, shape, or form. The only way I can see this, hopefully, is either the stream or the bookmap recording. Well, bookmap recording wouldn't have to be the stream. You got to think about that, because there's the open. So here's your close. Technically, you could fire that long right there, because by the rules, there's A, there's B, pull back to the trigger zone and fire it. Wow. I'm going to have to do some soul searching here. But, you know, like I said a minute ago, it's not outside the parameters of the back test, so disappointing, but, you know, all it takes is one double stop trade, and it's almost recovered the whole thing, and there you go. It's depressing that this week it's only been 4 stops. However, that's a pretty big deal. Imagine if I was a revenge trading mouse clicker. Ooh. And then I'm going to have to put another rule in my plan that until I have proper signals coming into bookmap, I am not going to trade off these bookmap levels at all. You see the results, and nothing fired over on. Oh, what a beautiful. Ooh, fresh pomegranate. Ooh, she's a killer, I'll tell you. She's a keeper. My only prayer to whichever deity you prefer is that she feels the same way about me. Yeah. Feedback. Am I, talking out my ass here? Anybody that's around? If anybody. So I will be extremely happy to go back. Well, I'm not happy, but interested to go back and look at the stream, review this portion of the stream, and listen to what the hell I was thinking. Damn, the only trade signaled today was a long at 9:35. 9:34 actually, about. And I was all busy doing something about the IB high and the blah, 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 and the blah, and the blah. I think I need to stop talking so much maybe and just put it into the stream when I think it's important, or when it's got to do with trading, rather than some sort of a compulsion to fill dead air. Could be part of it. Ooh, good pomegranate juice. Pretty frickin' disappointing though. There's no question about that. Somebody pinged me about something, but what? That's pretty darn disappointing there. What am I doing? I'm kind of concerned about what what's going on with the computer and the graphics card and all that noise. By the way, so I am going to fire up Arc Crate, whatever it's called. In case you're not familiar with that, this is the Armory Crate, that's it. This is the motherboard here, and then this is it. What I have to do for this system, but I'm just not in a position right now to do that. I don't feel I need to upgrade this to a 14900K. I can't go any higher than that, than a 14900K, because of the motherboard, and I don't want to switch out the motherboard in the whole shooting match, right? The problem I have is the cooler, the liquid cooler, AIP, that I have installed on this one isn't big enough for the 4900K. It's a hot CPU. And so, there we are. I mean, these aren't high temps at all. I don't know what the hell all that noise is. I need to check into the fact if I can boost this clock, but then that'd just be more heat. So, so I guess it boils down to I don't know what the hell I'm doing. There's the AIO pump. Why isn't that spinning? Something's wrong here. If this isn't turning, something's wrong. There are the two GPU cooling fans. And I don't see my AIO going on here anywhere. The pump I don't see turning. That's bitch. Oh well. Back to the drawing board. Quarter after 12. Oh great. I'm so excited. And now they're going to tease me with another setup. I'd be hard pressed to put on another trade at this point, I gotta say. By my, by my commitment, I would have to do that. But I can tell you one thing I'm not going to do is I am not going to pay attention to any of this noise because they're not firing properly as far as I'm concerned. And see if I can do something here. That's what I thought. Okay. So we'll leave the signals on and see if they come right. But I will not put on a trade until I closely follow and see a signal fired. And that's walking a tightrope right there because like I said before, in order to get ahead of this bar, I'd need to take the trade off of that, pull back to the trigger. A is right there, B is right there, and there's the trigger. Fired here. Oh well, let's see what happens. Good looking gal there and wandering by. That's what I ought to be doing, is just putting this thing in park and going chasing that gal around. It's a lot more fun. And with the results like so far today, it's one hell of a lot more satisfying too. Okay, so think this through now. Not that this is a change to the trading rules, but I actually made an error, I guess. You know, I'm trying to anticipate the trade firing on the signals, firing here, trying to anticipate that over here. Here's my error. The first stop, I didn't pick up the fact that the signal hadn't, that the system had not taken a trade. However, this is where IRT fell over. So there was no signal possibility. I'm going to see if that pump fan is spinning. I think about how to do that. That's in my... There's a Cooler Master HFB test rack case, and it's in a place I built with HEPA filters to try to keep the cat hair out. And then, of course, after I built all this fancy HEPA filter thing to cover my UPS and my computer rack and all that stuff, one day I can't find the cat, and I finally look down there in that thing, and he's gotten back in there somehow and up, and he's very comfortably laying on the top of the computer where the exhaust fan is just blowing all that nice warm air all over him. He's just tickled to death. I give up. I figure if he was that much ingenuity, I would just let him. He doesn't do it much anymore. He did it more when he was young. So we'll see what happens here. I'll have to think about this, but I hate, as I've mentioned, the 12-to-1 trade. Oh, that reminds me. Somebody posted the 12-to-1 stats, and I had them wrong, actually. I think Ned posted this. So here you go. These are the actual 12-to-1 stats. If a new high or low is made between 12 and 1 Central Standard Time, the stat gets qualified in play. If we're out of balance, it's qualified. If we're out of balance after 1 p.m. Central Time, there's a 71% probability of breaking the current high or low. 86% chance of coming within 1 point or closer of the high or low. That's the real 12 to 1 statistic. I got it close, but no cigar. I didn't know the within 1 point part. Or I'd forgotten it, obviously. I've seen that thing from Ned more than once. So did the volatility fall off? What happened to the ATR? Oh, look at there. From 575 down to 3 now. Volatility has dropped from $1.30 to 122. Wasn't thinking very good when I did that rack. One more spacing on the rack bars, I could have got my head in there. Now as it is, I can't take the lid off and look down into the machine. Stupid. Oh well. Oh, well, according to the temps, they're all fine. Oh boy, that was close, huh? I was filling up the water bottle, and here they go. And I'm just out of habit. Look at Bookmap. I didn't follow another one of my unwritten laws, which is the minute something goes wrong with the system, immediately halt trading operations. And Bookmap fell over, crashed. Well, I continued to enter another trade there because Bookmap kept going. That was my fault. Now, it'll be interesting to, after the day, do a back test and push the system back to the chart and see if any trades did in fact happen down here. Because if I'm not mistaken, this is about when Bookmap fell over. So that doesn't excuse the fact that I missed this one for somehow, I don't know. And it doesn't excuse the fact that I continued to try to trade with part of my system falling, down. That was real stupid. So yeah, error. Which of course doesn't change the fact that the error cost 74 ticks. Those errors cost 74 ticks. What are we doing now? We're over here doing something about A's or B's or something, right? Okay, yeah. Right over here. We're getting close anyway. Well, that right there should definitely be an A signal. And it's not. And I'm confused. And now we approach the B. And why isn't that an A? Right here. That's actually a B and a trigger right there. Son of a bitch, I don't know what to do. I gotta say, I don't know what to do. That should be a trigger right there.
Order submitted.
happened here? What's happened here now? Didn't get the entry. Didn't get the entry. Well, there you go. What are you gonna do? Isn't my day, I guess. Isn't my day. Boy, that's disappointing, isn't it? I'll tell you, that's just about enough to piss off the Pope. Right there. Leave it on down there and see what it gets down to it again. That's pretty incredible because it tapped in there twice and didn't fill. And looks like it's going to leave it, so I'm going to have to. But if it gets out of that continuation zone there, I think I'll take it off. Well, you see, there you go. Now that would have been my T1 and on to my T2 damn near. Or a tick. Not that I'm a dick for a tick, but I put it right where it ought to be. It's disappointing. I waffled back and forth several times about using market orders on these. I still don't have an answer. Still don't have an answer. What's the deal here? Let's see. Where is this thing? It's around it's around that distribution into the low volume area, which is likely not a good idea. Let's see if that gets a hit. Well, there you go.
Submitted. Order submitted.
Let's see what happened now. Excuse me. Okay, that's all I know to do now is see what the hell happens. It's pretty funny how the lines there that I have for the pullbacks and continuation zones appear to be levels that the market cares about. Nobody cares about those levels but me. Those are just lines I put there arbitrarily, you know? It's pretty bizarre. Pretty tired. There's one tick crap, that's for sure. Now, oh, this is great. The system is now short one. It's short and I'm long. Well, there's a fine how do you do. I didn't see that coming. What do I do? Do I scratch this thing or what? That's pretty amazing. I thought it was not firing properly and now it's taking the trade the opposite direction to me. Well, it's a fine how do you do. I don't know what to do now. If it gets back to even, I guess I'll just scratch this thing and see who wins. That's pretty incredible. That's pretty incredible. How would I have seen that as a short? It couldn't be a short. I mean, it couldn't be. There's a stop. There's 4 of them. I'm not going there anymore. And the system is now 1 up. But that's too amazing. Well, I've obviously got to get to the bottom of this somewhere or another. This is the trigger. There's got to be something wrong here because it's impossible if this is the trigger for that to be the entry. No arguing with the fact that it's going that direction, and this would have been the risk neutral scale, of course, but this is the trigger zone. Oops, this is the trigger zone, not here. So this couldn't possibly be the entry. So there's something wrong with the way this is plotting out over there. Well, I'm done with that. I'm done trading for the day, that's for sure. I can't figure this out even a little bit. Apparently. So much for me. And it's going on to targets, you know. But this is in no way a trade. Well, I'm gonna have to really analyze that a lot. That doesn't seem even remotely fair or straight. I don't mean fair, I mean correct. Huh. Well, that's pretty damn shitty way to end the year. Better do that. Let me just do that. Well, by golly, that's awful disappointing. And there's the two targets. So there's the system today has taken two trades, one IB continuation and one IB failure. Both went to both targets. There and there. I've taken 4 trades. I've had 4 stops in a row on what I interpreted to be signals And it's now raised a question about this trade over here, whether that's, I have to analyze that away from the market, away from the adrenaline, away from Monkey Boy, all that stuff. But, you know, that's enough to piss off the Pope. And over here I had about how many minutes this, well, I'm just going to cancel this and take it off, whatever, you know. So let's assume that I took this off right here, this trade. Here is the initial balance. There's A. Here's B. Here's a trigger. At no point here is this does this have all the elements required? Let's put on the candlesticks again. Now I'm confused. That's, you know, not that difficult sometimes, of course, but let's get out to 1 minute. Okay, let's get rid of the last line. Okay. So this could be, this is, wait a minute here, this is an A. And it is in context with this. Oh, I think I see what's going on here. Here is a B. It's getting the B and a trigger on the same bar. But that is clearly not how the trade is played out over on no. That's clearly not what's going on in the system, on the chart. This entry is way above the initial balance. For this to be a valid entry, that entry would have to be down here. Whoa. Well, that's a wrinkle I wasn't looking for. Yeah, so sick of doing this. I want to just have it vetted and take the trades and go. Move on. The shorts are just working magnificently, even though there's not such a thing. How could this, there's no way. Any trade from up here to the trigger is a long, just like I put right there. And look at this, you know, one tick away. One tick. That's what I was telling you about the difference. The difference in trade entry. One tick away from the IB meant the difference of one tick from risk neutral scale or not. Oops. Maybe this or not. There's the entry. If it were one tick lower at the IB, this would have been here. And it would have been a risk neutral scale rather than a stop. Not that that's a great thing to have happen, but that's the whole point of the risk neutral trade. And lately it's been a lot of one tickers based on my entry. I might have to change the rule to just be the IB line. And if I miss the trade by a tick, well, that's what happened. I'll have to think about that again, away from the market. But this trade that the system is talking about over here doesn't make any sense to me. And I don't like that very well, as you might imagine. You see that? And why aren't these set? Why haven't these reset as the rest should have? That makes no sense. 280 should reset. 281 should reset on this clearing out. Wow. Why? Here's the rule. Why didn't that happen? Yeah. The scale flags are correct. The 80s are correct. The 282 and 281 are not. Why? Why did that not happen? I don't know. That's not warm and make me warm and fuzzy. Oh. What happened? Why do I have this like this? Why do I have 80, 81, 83, 85? These are the shorts. But why is 80 set 0?
Hey, the IB low is taken.
Same story. That's the kind of stuff that makes you crazy. Makes me crazy anyway.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
This trade looks completely fine. A, B, C, or trigger, and Bob's your uncle, up you go. This one is completely upside down. So I'm going to be real interested to backtest this afternoon after the market over today, and first confirm that these two fire as they are here, and then see what how that's set up.
Hey, the IB low is taken. Hey, the IB low is taken.
Yeah, take your B and go shove it up your ass. Those aren't qualified as B trades either. So that's just all a mess here, near as I can tell. I don't know what to say. Wish I did. I wish somebody did. Somebody tell me what to do here. And now they're all zeros. Man, boy, that's falling out of bed hard, huh? You see, it used to have all the same criteria as the signal here. And something I tried last night is just to use the V pounds. The signal of the system incorporates this and a bunch of other stuff. But got no idea. I got no idea. What we're doing is rotating between, just a nice rotation between the developing value areas. So it's not a random crazy thing. The only random crazy thing is on my side, I guess. Wow. Well, back to the drawing board. Only been a few months. What the hell have I got to do? That's pretty disappointing, though. That's quite a big setback as far as my trading here goes. For me, and it is. This is the most trades I've taken. This only other one other day I had 4 trades since the 1st of November. And then today, but it worked out a scratch. And not FOMOing or anything else, just, taking the trades. I'm pretty disappointed about what this thing is right here and how the hell. I'm real anxious to see how this was done. When you do a back test, you set it up and you click back test and it runs and then it generates all these. Well, actually, maybe. Hold on. Maybe we can do that now. It's kind of early, but yeah, one day. Okay. Boop, boop. Let's see what happens. There you are. Took a second. That's normal.
Hey,
Net
the
profit's
IB low is
$150, which would be correct. 2 long trades, $75 each. 2 trades, 2 long, 1 long, 1 short, and they're both going to be winners. Winning trades 2, losing trades 0. Average winner $75, average loser is nothing. So it agrees with this thing. And here we have what I was looking for. So there's a long at 935, T1, T2, 55, 58, 57, just like it's supposed to be. An IFB short, T1, T2. The numbers are just as they should be. I now need to look at the criteria for the IFB, which is IB failure short entry, and see how this is possible. Am I showing you the right thing? Oh, I'm not. Sorry about that. I'll do it again. I'll do it again because I want it in the stream. Okay, back test. Ba-doom. 1 second. Yeah. There they are. No losses, 2 wins, $75. Yes. Okay, that's all correct. Here's what I was talking about. So the system is saying here, there are the 2 trades. This is the one that I'm questioning. The IB long at 930, I believe, is the case.
Low is taken.
The short at 1243. I'm going to go look now at the rules of the IBF short and see how that can be possible, given what I know about the signals, to be fired here. It's, it makes exactly. I wish I was a way I could have the back test point out the rules, but I don't think there is. So let's look at the short entry. IBF short right there.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
That could be it right there.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
Man, I'm telling you, I don't get it. I think I was better off before I started trying to do this sequential crap. Now I've got another V1 going on. How is that happening? Where is that happening? How is that possible? These cannot be firing.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
I am truly, truly amazed there, really. I'm taking screen snaps so I can try to sort out what happened when, later, tonight, whatever. Or just, head over to specs and see what they've got in alcoholic beverages. 0. I don't think there's any signals underway at this point. So let's see if there are. And let's see why there would be. These signal markers don't fire or set any of the VPound variables. That's only done with the actual rules. Well, that's the plan.
The IB low is taken.
Oh, yeah. Turn this sumbitch off again. Now they're all over the place. You see, it still thinks that VPound 1 is 1 and 381 is 1, and I just got through changing those to 0. Something is going goofy in the way or there's something I don't understand, let's put it that way, in the way that this is the way these VPound variables are updating. I thought I knew what I was doing here, but that's clearly not the case. Let's get rid of that. I'm not taking any more trades today. That's pretty official. Very disappointed. I'm a son of a bitch if I know how that could happen.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
Well, I'm not going to do any of that tomfoolery anymore today, so. I don't know what to say or do. Well, I know what to do is no more trades for me until I figure out what's going on. I'm thinking of random things like, okay, when IRT crashed, did that corrupt the data? I haven't downloaded new data. I thought it did, but I'm starting to think way outside the the normal stuff, and that's not a good thing. So the only thing to do in that situation is just be content with the fact that I've taken 4 stops in a row, which is unheard of for me.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
Let's talk about, shorting the top. I mean, buying the top, huh? Pretty close. This was, I believe, a valid entry. Now, horsed around up here, I should have closed it off, but that's not what you do. There's the signal. There's the B. There's the trigger. Or if you don't want to believe that, there's the B and there's the trigger. And it stopped within a tick of scale. That is disappointing. I don't know any way around it. But
Hey, the IB low is taken. Hey, the IB low is taken. Hey, the IB low is taken.
I'm not sure if disappointed is the right word, but I'm pretty confused as to why that. One of the things that this system has done consistently for months now is trade the signals properly itself. That where the confusions come in is me interpreting them or trying to get these stupid ABC flags on this chart straightened
The IB
out,
low is taken.
but never a problem with the system taking a trade where it's supposed to. So this is the biggest thing I'm worried about. And obviously this completely puts on hold the concept of having IRT trade last.
Hey, the IB low is taken. 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 Hey, the IB low is taken.
I'm going to refresh IRT and see if any of this stuff changes. Refresh the data, I should say.
Hey, the IB low is taken. Hey, the IB low is taken. Hey, the IB low is taken.
Huh. Well, I am still pretty puzzled about that. But I'm sure that won't be the last time I'm puzzled about something. Unfortunately. This first trade over here, completely understandable, and I just missed it. It's
Hey,
just
the
where it
IB
should
low
be,
is taken.
all things considered. And this stupid shit here, I gotta figure out. That's gotta go away. So, in fact, you see, this can't be true. Assuming that these signals, that the V-pound variables up here for this symbol are set. So I'm wondering, I guess I'm going to have to ask Eddie or somebody, are V-pound variables stored somewhere else if they're not stored here? That beats the hell out of me. And here's another example. Here's a perfect example. This, watch this. You there? Are we on the right? God damn it, we're not on the right. There we go.
Hey, the IB low
Watch
is
this. You
taken.
see this notation here? V-pound 81. That's the A, supposed to be the A signal. Okay? So, V-pound 181. 0. Why in the hell does it say 1? And that's why there's all these bees flying around here. I have to figure out how, where, something. I mean, as far as I know from my experience with, IRT, is that V-pound variables are V-pound variables. They're system-wide. There's no question about that. System-wide for each instrument. You can have a C-pound variable, which only applies to the chart.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
This is 181, 0. 381, 0. Impossible for me to understand how 181 can be 1 and 381 can be 1. I don't get it. But I think that is the root of all evil here, as far as my signal story goes. And maybe I ought to just stop worrying about the signals right for my colleagues and get back to the way it was and just trade it myself and call it square.
Hey,
That's
the
not
IB
exactly
low is taken.
my would like to do. But I would prefer that to to this outcome over here. Oh, shitty day. Shitty day in Black Rock. What can I tell you? Eat a handful of arugula.
Hey, the IB low is taken. Hey, the IB low is taken. Hey, the IB low is taken.
at prompt here. They're getting ready to put in another A signal down here somewhere. Let's see what they do with that. You see now 181 and 381 are zeros. That's correct. As are these and these. Why this is holding up over here, I have no idea. But it's not correct. And it says I went to Bookmap or whatever it's called. I went to IRT and they very definitely said you can change the values by typing into the column. So that's what I've just now done. And now it's working. Oh man, I'm confused. And the only way I'm judging that it's working is I'm watching the last price and I'm seeing the last price and it's ticking correctly. So this is not happening.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
It's set it back to 1 again. I give up. Back to 1, back to 1. That's why all these B's are flying out here. There's an A, so we did get a new A signal. Let's get rid of that. So there's the A signal. Should we watch this again? Try this again? Whatever. I don't know what the hell to do anymore. To be honest with you. Okay, let's get out to 1 minute. Let's wind them up a little bit.
Hey, the IB
So
low
there
taken.
is the B signal. If we come up here to the trigger, it would be a trigger signal. For a short. I don't even have enough hotkeys left for that anymore.
Order submitted.
Okay, try it
Order
again.
submitted.
On this, and the system took one. Well, there we go. So this one is aligned with the system. Whatever and the hell that means. Missed this T1 stop by a tick here too here. That's kind of disappointing. Volatility is hitting in here again. I don't know, oh, well, there you go. There's 5 stops. Well, that's pretty disappointing. I don't know what else to do other than be pretty disappointed about that. Yeah, I don't know what to do. I'm certainly not going to keep doing this, that's for sure. That's for sure. That's pretty weird. I never had quite a day like that. I've never, well, the signals are now here's the problem, you see. The system scratched based on entry. That means that the system got short up here and took a scratch here, took a risk neutral scale here. So twice today, that's happened to me. Means I need to rethink something, whether I don't trade in higher volume volatility, this system. I don't know what to think. I know that's pretty disappointing. I've traded a long time here for a month or more and I've just lost a lot of headway here, which is demoralizing, to put it mildly. And, it's 122 ticks, so it's not like, and those are micro, so it's not the end of the world, but it is certainly, I don't look at it that way. I look at it in terms of performance and signal, the system, my trading. I don't look at the P&L part. That's why you see everything in ticks. And I certainly thought I had an opportunity to get it there, and boy, not. And boy, if you got on the other side of any of these trades, they've been just gangbusters. I hope somebody's got mean reversion going because they're making money hand over fist. I am definitely out of sync with this thing. Now I'm at a rule, which is 3% of my account. That's actually more than normal than I would have. I misjudged, actually. Should be 2, but so I'm not doing anything anymore for damn sure. I am kind of I'm kind of puzzled about a lot of things here. Which is worrying. Let's look at this in depth, this last trade. Because the system took the trade exactly the same time I did. What is this shit? This is extra weird. I don't understand this. It doesn't look like it had 2 trades on, or 2 contracts. Oh no, it did, and it's the fact that this old indicator was built around all in, all out. So it looks at the last contract that went out the door, which is there, minus 12 ticks times 2 lots. Okay. Never mind. That part's all right. It does that everywhere. Over here, you'll see that it says 48 ticks. It doesn't add the first risk neutral scale, the first contract of 12 ticks. It doesn't add those 2. It graphs everything fine, so I don't care about what that, I know what the numbers are. I don't need them to add them up or down for me. So there you are. Pretty disappointing. Pretty disappointing. stupid thing wants to go along still. I mean, if this, based on the flag configuration up here, up here, and what I remember to be the case, obviously we took the short and stopped. We have not come back to the trigger. If we do so, there'll be a long triggered. But I'll tell you, if you look at this on the big picture, short in a hole, sell by the top, short in a hole. Couldn't get more out of sync with what was going on. Now, what do I think about that? This is at 3%, so I'm not doing any more. But, my. That's pretty damn disappointing. Of course, mean reversion would have been stellar. Not sure what to think about that. Okay, so let's see. What the hell is it even supposed to be doing now? What am I supposed to be doing now? Backtesting. Well, that's okay. What happened there? Okay, a bunch of stops later. That's pretty damn disappointing, I'll tell you. So the idea of this whole backtest story, which is kind of tongue-in-cheek at this point, I guess, today. To have these signals designed so that these are all the rules that would be required to trade the two IB trades typically, and have been working pretty well for 2 months. And that shouldn't be a factor. I mean, time's not, 2 months doesn't matter because I'm backtesting them over 500 days, which is around 1,000 trades. And the way I do that is to set up the backtests, 1,000 trades. Whoop, sorry, 500 days. You don't set up the trade, you do days. Okay. And then backtest it. Now, imagine how long it would take you to go back through and hand analyze 495 days, 218,870 1-minute candlesticks, bars. It took the system 7 seconds. I believe it's, valid, and I rely on it because I believe in statistics and probabilities. And I'll point out something in a minute. Here's the net profit. There were 1,010 trades. So many long, so many short. Here are the average winner, average loser. There's 336 winning trades, 255 losing trades. And the difference between 587 and 1,010, or whatever that is, 580 and change and 1,010 are the scratch trades. Meaning nobody left on third. So we should expect 10 consecutive winners in a row and 7 consecutive losers. Today has been 5 losers. Taken manually by me on Bookmap, as close as I could get to the system. But the system has traded only twice, both winners. No, I'm sorry. 2 winners and 1 loser today. This is over 500 and whatever it was, 493 days. So I've entered this stuff already, so I'm not going to do it again. In my worksheet, which is here. And there it is. These are the statistics that say I should expect a 53.9 win rate, 2,200, 2152 ticks, 2.5 risk to reward, and I should expect 10 winners in a row and 7 losers in a row. So until I get to 7 losers in a row or stops in a row, there's nothing to be concerned about. This is within statistical tolerance. Is it annoying? Absolutely. But that's how I backtest. And then I do a size up, which is going to be disappointing today because I'll enter these 5 trades over here and they're all losses. So this is going to just pivot away from the trades to scale up, and I'll be way away from over here, which is my size up target, moving from the micros to the minis. Again, only in logical, systematic ways. The only way I can see to do this, the account size, starting account size $5,000, put in there by me. What my plan is to trade micros until the risk, and both of these are risk neutral 2-lot package, micro and mini. So I'll trade the micros until 1.33. The tick positive, or the P&L ticks, is 1.33 times the mini full stop, which means I need 319 ticks. Now I've just lost today 122 of these. Over here I was at somewhere. Where'd it go? Where the hell is the ticks? Well, I needed 117 to size up, and now it's going to be another couple hundred, right? Because the average total ticks are somewhere around here. Ticks per day, trades, slots, total ATR, trades per day, scratch, win, average loss. Oh, that's pretty amazing. Don't I have ticks up here? That's pretty silly. Anyway, that's something new to put on here. I didn't even think about it. I didn't even notice that before. This is the P&L and ticks, which is going to be 24, 24, 24, 24, 24. 5 of them. You can see how it's played out. A couple of stops, winner, scratch, winners, stop, winner. So it'll be, disappointing looking in the journal. But it's within parameters, and what are you going to do about it? I don't know anything to do about it other than soldier on. So that's as close as I'm going to get to the backtest thing, and needless to say, I'm disappointed and have to figure out exactly what's going on with things, that if there's something I'm missing programmatically. I also don't know why I heard a big fan blast and then IRT fell over. Don't know what happened there. I got to check into that. And that's where we're at. I'll be to do the recap at the bottom of the hour. What a shit day, huh? Sorry, but that's how I feel about it. So there's our context today. Let's get rid of the quite the day, huh? Quite the range. Terrible day as far as the system trading goes. The worst ever since I started doing it on the live account anyway. And here we are in the real and basically just a chop day, and I got chopped up like the rest of the retail dorks because of following the system. I have to give long, hard thought about some sort of a preventative or context filter that prevent. I mean, that's just or just some button that says no, thanks. But that in effect cancels out all the work that you do for backtesting, because the minute you do something on your own or use discretion, you've ruined the system that you spent so much time developing and backtesting. Not a good thing. The micro composite. Daily RTH session, daily candlesticks. Here we are. This doji right here. Complete indecision. Indecision, wow, lots of volume. What I'm thinking about is for a filter is excessive volume, which would mean volatility. And that's likely where I'll end up. Yeah, let's see what we got for snooze now. Investing.com, free. You can filter it to time zone and any reports you're interested in. Here's what's going to happen tomorrow. Ooh, baby. PCE, home sales. What's going on next week? Christmas. That's what's going on next week. So this is going to be a shit week. This is basically it. This is basically the it week for trading, as far as I would be concerned. Also, we have holidays and earnings and everything you can get with investing.com. I like the presentation here better than Financial Juice, which is the other news thing I use. One thing about Financial Juice, which does not happen on IRT, investing.com, they put these random risk events that appear throughout the day on the calendar, the docket. Investing.com only puts real revenue, understood, planned, scheduled revenue, and financial. Here's another one. See, just threw another one in as we're watching, and then this is the more of the Squawk Box live updates, and pretty soon it will have the market on close imbalance at the top of the hour. At 1450. Sorry. This guy is just special. That's the news. This is the reporting. We'll have the market on close at 1450. I'm going to be standing here scratching my head trying to figure out what I'm going to do next with the vetted trade, and try to identify if there's some sort of problem that occurred when IRT fell over. I don't know. So that's that. Yeah, disappointing day. What can I tell you? it is what it is. I mean, I understand that I'm not going to that you're not going to have winners in a row. And as I said in the backtest portion, this particular backtest, there were 7 consecutive losers in a row. That is within the statistically significant data set in terms of random distribution. So it is what it is. That's what you got, the way to look at them. Okay. Watch them do whatever they're going to do here, I guess, and yeah. Get ready for the market on close imbalance at the top at 50, which is about another 14 minutes or 14 minutes. Yeah, just sitting here thinking about what to do next, actually. This is, since I've been doing this backtesting and trading this live, this is the first episode like this with a series of stops in a row. Never had more than one. So I need to rethink my personal rules around the trading thing, which I have said a zillion times and I'll say again. You don't ever do during the live market, but you can bet I'm going to be giving it a lot of brain power tonight before tomorrow. I understand intellectually, I understand that there's up to 7 possible. It would be normal to have up to 7 stops in a row within the data set and the parameters. That's more of percent drawdown that I want to deal with. So do I put a context filter that if the market is obviously rotational, there's no continuation trades? Do I want to put a volume, i.e. / volatility filter? I don't know. And unfortunately, the only way you can know these things, unless you're a space cadet, is decide what that filter might be. First of all, backtest the system through today. See what it says. Then make the change and backtest the system. The problem I have, and if one's an improvement or another, you've got your answer. My problem is the system did not take any of these 3 trades. It did take this one and stop out. It took one over here at the open, which I didn't see, and it took this one, and both went to both targets. And I'll have to review that stuff over here, but that's what I'm pretty sure happened here. There's the stop at 1400, right there. There's 2 targets at 1240 something. Right here. Went to both targets. It got short. I read the signal long. And then there's another one that I didn't even see at 9:35, way over here. Right here, up here. So I've got to go through them one by one in detail. I think using the playback in Bookmap and think about it. Think about it, darling. I'm real. The first thing yeah, my what I was going to say was my first thought is that take no trades until I see them plotted. But in the case, for example, of this one, I have to kind of anticipate the trigger because this plots on the next bar. Now I took this, it took that, and we both stopped out. So yeah, there you go. But for example, up here, or this one over here. So I'll have to look and see if those appear to me to be realistic when I'm looking at bookmap. And if not, maybe I need to just shit can bookmap and think of something else. I don't know. At this point, I was plowing along pretty well okay, thinking I was going to be doing well and winding up the year on a positive note and back on the minis. And then now I'm, got 1 foot in the 1 step ahead and 3 back or something. Irritating. And 8.5 minutes, we're going to get to market on close, which will materialize somewhere over here, up here. And I wasn't monitoring the news properly because I didn't pick up the random risk, which would have kept me out of this trade for sure. Very definitely. Because I have a rule from as of this week, the minute there's a potential for any of this random risk events, I mean, obviously this isn't, but here isn't either. But here, for definitely. No trade. Push the chair back. And for however long it lasts. Now you see that he's, busy doing that over here, but where does it say he quit? I don't see any place that says he's through with that thing. I'm got to believe he's done by 2 o'clock, but don't know. I don't know anyway. So we'll see what happens. I'll give a lot of thought to this whole thing, and there you go. Okay, 2.5 minutes. All right. 30 seconds. Not that this matters at all. It's just interesting. So day before last was billions of contracts short for, on sell side market and close on the ES, for example. Yesterday, 500-600 million buy side. Well, let's see what happens today. And there we go. Here's the little market on close pop right there. I mean, it's 5 handles, but there you are. And there we go. So buy side 551 million, buy side 1,083 million. NASDAQ, look at there. 134 million, 494 million. Buy side, both of them. Dow and the Mag, 7. There you go. So there you are. And it's Thursday, and tomorrow's Friday, and then basically it's going to be pack 'em up and crickets around for trading till after the first of the year, which is depressing to me. So there you go. Have yourself a great rest of your day. I'm going to shut this mess off in 10 minutes, as I do every day at the top of 1500, the cash close. Remember that you are the most important machine you've got, or tool you've got in your shed. So take good care of yourself, get some exercise, and eat properly, and get a proper rest, hydration. Don't be on tilt. I don't think that was the case for me today in any of these, and I was just following the signals. But got to rethink the whole shooting match now, I guess. And maybe not. Maybe if I find nothing wrong, I will accept the statistical outcome and continue on. What I'm really nervous about here, frankly, is down here. And down here, these trades, and the fact that the system, well, it did. It took a trade here I didn't see at all. Trade here, short. Well, the signal I see, the trigger I see is long. And then we both took the trade together, the system and I down here, and took a stop, that's right. But instead of these 3 stops, there was a winner, double winner, and a stop. So instead of down 122 ticks, it would be 160 minus 24. It'd be up 24. What, Lucky? It'll be up about 80, whatever. I can't do the math. It can't me on over here. I can't think. Let's see, 120 minus 40. So it's about 80. Be up about plus 80. So there. I'm not monetized here by YouTube in any way, so likes and subs would be great, or would be appreciated. And always put something in the, hey Ron, didn't see you there, dude. Always appreciate your comments and whatnot in the chat. That's a big deal. Quite a shit day for me as far as the signals went today, Ron. Unless I were following this mechanically to vet out the system, I don't make a habit of going, buying the tops and going short in the hole. I know I kind of got over that a long time ago. Pretty disappointing. I need to look at the volume for the day and the volatility to see if maybe I throw some filter in here. That, there needs to be some, I think. I'm not the coder that many are, so I think there needs to be some sort of common sense-ish deal. Maybe we'll see. I'm real disappointed I didn't spot this because I would have it's definitely my order, the random risk event at 12:30 there that slid into the, into Discord, financial juice. That would have, it would have saved this one right here, but the system took it and went long. I need to understand by a close introspection here how I missed this one early on and got to, this was the signal. And I don't really see the short signal here. So I want to be real sure I understand how the system is doing that. I'm basing my life, my business, and my job on, my income on properly vetting these setups. And I want to make freaking sure that they're doing the right thing, obviously. And as I looked at this earlier today, I can't see any way in hell this trade is valid. But, I'll go through it bar by bar and slowly and watching the replay and all that stuff. I wish to Christ there was a real efficient replay or smooth replay like for IRT, like Bookmap has. That would be out of this world. But it doesn't exist. Okay, 2.5 minutes. Buckle up. I'm going to have to take a minute after the close here to figure out where all these frickin' make sure I get all the. You see the this is pretty handy, I guess. You noticed this is this is a book map stat thing. You can see entry time to milliseconds and everything else you wanted to know. MFE, MAE, blah blah blah. Live trading. I'll tie all of that together in the journal and stuff. Okay, a few seconds to closing swing trade. Let's see. Here we go. Hi ho, here we go. And there we have it. The cash close. 7 hours on the dot. For the stream, have a great rest of your day. Get outside, get some exercise, shake off the markets. Get some fresh air, let your eyes focus and relax. And I will give it a bit of thought here and then dig into tear into the I do all my planning and stuff through the evening. I don't trade the ETH. I don't even look at it, actually. Working on trying to get the vetting and all those things done. So that's what I'll be doing. But have yourself a great one. Sorry for not a bunch of exciting trades here and a pile of money, but shit happens.